me see what my audio is. My audio. Okay. I guess I got the green light. Is good. Green light is good. No green light is bad, but I got green light. All right. Let me do some housekeeping here for a minute. Actually, let me do the FT8 thing first. Let me put the volume up. Video over here. Maybe some housekeeping here in about a minute. Auto tune. And for my color lights. All right, color lights. Put it right here. I don't want to block the speaker. And let me turn this off for a minute. Actually, you know what? Let me actually do this. Get a better lighting. And then do that. And then yeah, no, they shaved today, so excusez-moi. And then we're gonna put some grid tracker on. Let's see if I do that. Oh, okay, it's fine now. Oh, why is that found? What? What? Okay, I gotta fix something here. All right. Let me lower that down. I gotta fix something. Damn it. All right. Let me exit. Oh, I know why. No. Yeah. Oh my God. So I'm gonna have to reboot the stream. Let me see. Webcam. Let me check the webcam. Webcam is connected to that. Yeah. So I'm good. So the problem is maybe this. Oh, let me turn this on. Yeah. I got rid of TubeBuddy. I'm done with TubeBuddy. I gotta do something. If I get disconnected, I'll come back. I'm tinkering with something. Oh my God, my USB. Okay. All right, let me try that. Let me do something here. Hey man, I got jinx, bro. Let me check device manager. Let's see, COM port. Okay, I got COM 11. Okay, now I got it. COM 11, COM 12. Okay, there you go. So now, yeah, it's okay. It's just that my computer didn't want to see my radio sound card, my transceiver. So now if I open up, well, let me turn on my radio. And put the volume up. Let me open up WSJTX. Let me see if this time it doesn't give no issue. And then let me put CQ only. Let me see. Let me give it a minute. I mean, actually, not even a minute. About 20 seconds or so. If I see anything. So what happened to me, silly me? I turned off the radio first, then WSJTX. You're supposed to turn off the radio first. Actually, close WSJTX first, then turn on, because sometimes it Windows acts up. Yeah, right now it's not reading it. So let me go to File. Let me go to Settings. Let me go to Audio. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Not found. Oh, it is there. Okay, yeah, I just saw the receive thing go up. Let me see now. All right, now it's working. Okay. Yeah, so what happened was I turned off the radio first, then the software. Don't do that. Always turn off the software first. Then, if you ever, when you get a G90 or whatever, it happens to all of us. Dum, dum, dum. Every time you're using WSJTX or whatever, always turn off your transceiver first. I mean, see what I just did? I forgot. Always turn off the software first. When you're shutting everything down for the day, turn off the software first. Then you turn off the receiver. Then you turn off the power supply. Otherwise, you're going to have issues. And that's what happens. So yesterday, I turned off the receiver first without turning off the software. And that's why today they didn't want to see the sound card. So you have to go into the software and tell them, okay, use the sound card again. That's all. Anyway, when you get a transceiver but always when you have a transceiver hooked up to the computer, always turn off the software first when you're done. Turn off the software first, then turn off your transceiver, then turn off the power supply. If you flip the power supply and turn everything off, sometimes it'll mess with the setting on the transceiver and the software. You don't want to do that because you're going to be breaking your head. You got to shut off the software first, the transceiver, then the power supply. Always do it in that order. Always do it in that order. Now you're always going to have a headache. Because sometimes the software won't remember or whatever. Now I can open up Grid Tracker because Grid Tracker depends on WSJTX. So Grid Tracker told me there's no sound card here. That's what I had to troubleshoot. So now I go open Grid Tracker. I should have no messages now. I know these geeky things. So now Grid Tracker is going to give me now it's working fine. Okay, so now I can tune my radio. And good morning, Tasso. I got to do some housekeeping here. So I'm going to get up in about a minute or two and do some housekeeping. I left a mess here from yesterday. Hey, hello, Frank. I hope you're doing well. Hola, mi hermano. ¿Cómo está? ¿Qué tal, mi hermano? Estoy bien. ¿Y usted? ¿Cómo se dice? Buen miércoles. El fin de semana. Disfruta tu fin de semana. Happy Friday. Have a great week. Have a great weekend. All right. So now I'm transmitting. Okay, I'm good. All right. Let me do some housekeeping here because I got a mess. Let me close up this tripod for now. Let me close up this. I just want to get this stuff out the way. Yeah. So let me close this stuff up. So, Tasso, I decided to use Safari again. because Chrome has been acting real slow. Yeah, it's been acting up. Totally, it's been acting up. Since yesterday, I'm not, and since and I'm not using TubeBuddy. Yeah, I'm done with TubeBuddy. And I tried vidIQ before. I tried it. It's okay, and I may try it again. But I'm done with TubeBuddy. I'm definitely done with TubeBuddy. That I'm done with. No more TubeBuddy for me. You know. Put that there. Just put this cardboard right here for now. I'm gonna do some housekeeping. I'm gonna put the screen up there and all that. Let me go through these cables here. And last night I was trying to mess with the SDR here, and it wasn't working, so I gave up on it. I'm thinking something's going on with the USB port on my computer. I'm hoping my SDR. But anyway, I have a laptop over there that I have my SDR before. I'm gonna hook it up over there and try it. But yeah, you got jinx. I'm just kidding. Nah, I'm just kidding, Michael. Don't take it personal. Because Michael just bought a HF Plus AirSpy HF Plus Discovery, and he was having some issue. And normally it's pretty straightforward setup. But when I try to connect mine, I couldn't connect it. I was like, what the hell's going on with mine now? So I don't know if the AirSpy that I downloaded has issues now. So I said, you know what, forget it. I ain't gonna break my head over it today. Because I'm in the process of when I move things around, I may use a new computer for this live stream. I'm definitely gonna use this one. I'm probably gonna bring down my Dell, the Dell computer that I use. I'm gonna bring that one down here and use that one. And that one is the one that I like the most. Yeah, it's never a dull moment, exactly. So, you know, this plug, I don't know this. Oh, this is for the MLM. Oh, not yet. I haven't started that yet because I still. Yeah, I haven't started that yet because I still have to. You know, once I finish with the kitchen walls and all that over there. Let me lower this down. So I'm screaming over this thing. I don't know why I'm doing that. So for that, so for example, the kitchen. Once I'm done, but I'm not now. I have to wait till after the holidays. So after I'm done with the kitchen, this particular corner here, I need to take down the shelving. I'm gonna have to patch up this wall first and all that. I'm gonna repaint this room. So I'm gonna take stuff out of this room first. I gotta empty this room out completely. At least, you know, especially all that stuff. I take down all this stuff. Because I want to paint this whole. I'm gonna repaint this room. I want to repaint the room, and I'm probably gonna put shelving in a different order. All this shelving is gonna be gone. I'm gonna put it in a different order. Or I may not use this type of shelving. I may just bring all my, you know, all my the shelves. You know the shelving that I have is the metal one. I may just use that. Boom, 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 boom. Because I have two. I have two of those. I have a whole bunch of stuff. So I may not need these brackets with the wood. I may not need them on the wall because I may use them all the wall with the shelving. And then I'm gonna start putting stuff accordingly in there. But before I do that, I want to repaint these walls. These walls, this room has not been painted in about 20 years. I believe it was 20 years. No, actually, I take that back. No. This room, originally, what happened? This room was actually, I think it was wallpaper. It was originally wallpaper. What happened was my wife, because my wife, she's been living here for longer than I am. You know, a long time ago, her family bought this house. Way before, you know, we were married. And I'm going to give you a little rundown on it. So, yeah, it never a dull moment here. That's for sure. So what happened was that our family was living here. They were living here for a while. And then one by one, they all went their ways and whatever. So basically, my wife, you know, between her and the other sisters, uh, signed over. She took over the mortgage. So she owns this house. Technically, she's the owner of this house. She is. Now that we're married, we're the owners. But before that, she was the owner. And actually, the mortgage is, she's the mortgage for you. And this room was part of the family house. But, she made the mistake of renting it to an idiot. So there was an idiot living down here for a couple of years or so. For about 2 or 3 years, he was living down here. An idiot. And he messed up the basement. He really ruined the basement. It was a nice finished basement. And the idiot messed it up because he smokes a lot of weed. So he messed it up. He repainted the walls. He did a sloppy job painting. He ruined the floor. This floor was a nice floor and everything. What happened was the idiot, I don't know what he was doing in the bathroom, was drilling holes, and he drilled a copper pipe and flooded this basement. So that ruined the wood floor. The flooding happened not because of outside. Yeah, the flooding didn't happen because of outside. The flooding happened because of the idiot. So he ruined that. He ruined the floor. So by the time, I reclaimed the basement, me and my wife got married, 10 years later, blah, blah, whatever. The fast forward in time, we got married. He left. I got his ass out of here. Cause I told her, I said, I'm not moving in. I'm not moving in with you. Cause my thing was I was in favor of selling the house. I wanted to sell the house and start over somewhere else. With her, start our life somewhere else. But she got an emotional attachment to this house. And I said, fine, because I quite frankly, to be honest, I was done with New York. I wanted to move somewhere else. Once my mom passed away and all that, and I was going to move on anyway. I wanted to move on for a long time. And, but we got married, and she said, no, please, stay here with me, and we'll. And it was going fine for a while. I had 3 tenants up there on the second floor renting it out. And, money was coming in. But then, each tenant had an issue. Each tenant had a mental issue with me. So one by one, I evicted them. Because I don't like to deal with that. I don't want to, I cannot be in the same roof with people that are just nuts. I can't. So, I got rid of them. And then, of course, my brother moved upstairs. My brother Harry, and he's been a model tenant. He's been very good. He's okay. But me and him had issues of our own. He's the type of brother that was I'm gonna say he's very selfish growing up. We had a little sibling, not me. I guess he had a sibling rivalry with me. Me, I don't care. I never had sibling rivalry with anybody. I'm not competing with anybody. But apparently, he had a jealousy issue with me and my mother. This goes back to childhood. You gotta understand, though, in my family, I was the baby. I'm the youngest of 8 kids. He's the one that comes after. I mean, he's the one that he was born before me by 2 years. So you know how that goes. Once I was born, he didn't get the attention, and he never let it go. He has issues with that. And then growing up, of course, he had also other issues. He got bullied. Mommy didn't teach him how to fight back. Me, I had to fight back. I learned how to fight back and everything. He didn't do that. So my mother used to coddle him a lot. This conversation is going way sideways now. Long story short, after I got rid of those tenants, he moved in, and now, I don't want to say, he pays on time and all that. He's on a fixed income, so he's okay. But there is some family issues that, the guy doesn't, hate to say it. And my other brother was here too. I took him in, and he was You know, but then he's another one that has issues with me. You know, my thing is that, you know, we when we lived in the Bronx, we had the house. We had everything set out for that house. We had an income house. We had a house that was making income. But the minute my mom passed away, they all went greedy, and that's what happened. They all went greedy, and that's it. Yeah, exactly. I did what I did. I did what I could for them. Hey, hello, Lee. Hope you're doing well. DX Danny on the TV. Yeah, yeah. So I'm not bringing everything down yet. I want to clear out this room. I want to paint it. I want to patch up the holes in the wall and all that. I'm either going to put a pass through. I don't know if I'm going to want to put a pass through the wall and put a box outside where I can connect all the cables in. So I have to. There's a lot I have to do. And then this floor, since now it's a concrete slab, um, I may just temporarily paint it because it's got concrete slab. But there is some spots that I have to patch up because there is gouges. So I'm gonna have to patch it up, maybe smooth the floor. But this is a long process, you know. So I don't know when I don't know when I'm gonna finally bring everything down here. It may take another year. Well, that's nothing. That's minimal. I'm not. Those are minimal things, Tassel. To just run the wire down here. I have one antenna wire. I already have one wire. My antenna right now it goes all the way over here. Actually, my antenna, the RCA Yagi, the RCA, that wire goes all the way down to my basement. But it's not hooked up here. It's hooked up to the TV in the next room. Because I have a 55-inch Roku in the next room. That's my main TV for the basement. So, well, I have a splitter. I could always split one away. But over here, I don't know if I want to, I may just, I don't know if I want to do that. Maybe. I can split it. It doesn't matter. Because I did split it and I ran one for FM signal over here for the, you know. Because right now I have it split it. I have one TV here and the one in the living room, that's my other TV. That's another 55-inch in the living room. So I have it split it for those two TVs. So the RCA right now is sending signal to the Roku and the LG TV on the second, I'm on the fifth. The LG TV in my living room is split. So I got one going here and one to the LG. So it's already split twice. It's already split. I have a splitter. I have one of sorry, split. So it's split. So it comes from the roof to the next room. It's split. One goes to my Roku. The other one goes back to the first floor for my living room. And that's it. Those are the only two TVs that I'm using over the air. The other antennas right now are FM. I'm using it for FM only. If I do hook up this one, the Clearstream, when I fix it up, I may, maybe I run that wire for here. So I got options, but I have to do some major stuff here before I bring everything back. Because when I bring everything back now, it's final. I'm not doing this no more. I'm not doing. Yeah, maybe I'll do that too. Maybe I'll point it to a different market. Yeah, I may do that too. But the problem with this one, these are omnidirectional. So this one. This guy. So that's something later on down the line. But right now, a major thing is I want to do a setup where I don't want to change it again. So I'm thinking about wall mounting. So right now, yeah, that's 10 years. So I really want to wall mount a few TVs. So that's why I'm gonna take everything down and patch it up and all that. And good morning, James Farley. Happy Friday. I hope you're doing well. Hope everybody's having a happy Friday. Yeah, so that's why I got to let me take care of the kitchen first. I got to do that for my wife because She's the boss, basically. Yeah, and then you know what? And then I can take her down here, and then you know, because I really want to put everything back in this room because I had to get everything out to get the wood floor out. You know you saw that. Yeah, I want to have a mission control here. Exactly. I want to have mission control. I want to maximize space here. Uh, it's gonna be crazy when I have finally. I think my final setup is gonna be crazy. People are gonna be like, "Wow, you're like inside the space station." It's gonna look like the space station. You know, you're gonna have so many radios behind you and big screen and all that, and it's gonna be crazy. You know, gonna look like I'm inside the remember the what is it yeah, the space station or the so something like that. And I'm gonna have the screen over here with the FT8 going on. Over here, I'm gonna have the map of the world over here. Real time. Who knows why? Over here, I might put a little news clip. Of course, you don't want to get copyright for that stuff, but I want to have a full-fledged like a studio thing, but like that's what I try to replicate upstairs, and it was okay. But I did notice one thing though, and I had to be careful about that. And I didn't think about that at the time. This house is 100 years old, so all that equipment that I was putting behind me, the steel shelving and all those highly crafted radio, they weigh a ton. They were putting weight on the floor, on the wood floor. I didn't think about that. Like, that's a lot of weight. It's a lot of weight. So I had to be careful. I was like, oh my God, I'm putting a lot of weight in this corner. Because remember, I put the CRT screens there. Remember, this house is 100 years old. And in the basement, I could see the support beams and the wood flooring. And I'm like, I didn't think about that when I was putting. I said I had to be careful. So for all I know, I probably could have sunk the floor a little bit with all that weight. So that's why another reason why I don't want to keep it up there anyway. But down here is on the concrete slab. The main issue was the flooding. I took care of that now. I have a sump pump in the back there, which can pump out water. And this, I mean, every basement gets a little bit of water. But now I have it controlled. That. And I have a backup sump pump right here. If I get a little puddle in this room, I can pump it out quick. So I'm good. So they shouldn't never, I shouldn't say never, knock on wood. But they, remember before I did all that, I didn't even have a sump pump in the basement. Remember when I first started live streaming? I didn't even have a sump pump. Now that I have a sump pump in the back where the water usually comes in through, where it starts to, and then I have a backup here, and I can always get another one if I need one or whatever. And I'm still work in progress. Now I feel confident that I can bring everything back down. That's the point. And that's what I want to do. I want to bring everything back down. I'm going to do it nice this time. Something like the way I had it upstairs, but better. I want to do it better because I want to put up some screens. And that's it. But before that, I want to paint it. I really want to paint this. This is dingy already. It's been but the idiot that lived here really messed up this basement. He really ruined it. He ruined it. So I need to bring it back to a standard where and if we do sell the house one day, it doesn't look like this. Crazy. And even to the point where I may even bring my bed in here on the side over here, because I really want to have everything in this room. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I have a twin size bed. I'm people say, well, you don't sleep with no. At a point now, my son, they have a big bed. He's still the baby, My son is still a baby, so I was the same way when I was little. I would, lay down with my mommy until I was like 8. I think I was like 8, 7 years old when I think finally when I went, I'll be frank with you. I don't even say what you do. Oh, come on, I keep it real here. I was a baby. Um, that's a good question. The answer is no, but the reason the answer is no for me is because usually I always have the door open. This basement is never sealed. Plus, I have CO2 detector. I have that, but I usually open the back door every day. I'm always going in and out, so it never gets to the point, where there could be a buildup of anything. It's never the only time, and I know that's not the right answer. I don't have a radon. I know what it is. I know about it since I was a kid. I heard the um. Oh, sorry. So I know what it is. I'm not concerned about that because I'm telling you something. Before I moved here, I lived in a basement. I lived in a basement practically all my life. Since I was a young boy, I pretty much lived in the basement. My rooms were in the basement. When we bought the house in the Bronx, my bedroom was in the basement. We have bedrooms in the basement. I always lived in the basement, so I'm used to it. I'm used to the basement. And basements, I mean, that basements are not for everybody. I'm gonna tell you something. When you live in a basement, you have to be proactive. That is one thing you have to be. That means that, for example, um, you know, for example, let me give you an example. Right now, the air quality is fine in the basement. Air quality is fine because I have air filter and all that, and I always open my windows and all these things. But um, if I go away for like a week, if I go away for like a week and nobody's in the basement, when I come back, I can smell it. That this buildup. There's like because I'm not here to open the window. Because I always let fresh air come in here. With every basement, if you live in a basement, you have to let fresh air flow in here at least once a day. In other words, open the back door. Or if you go outside for a minute, come back and do it. You get used to it. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's for me, that's I never had issues with that. But I do notice that when I go away for a while and nobody's down here minding the store or whatever you want to call it, it can get funky down here. You can start smelling like the you know mold and things like that. You can. But I always had a basement dwelling. I always lived in a basement pretty much all my for definitely all my adult life. And you know, like for example, I have the air conditioner in the summertime. I also open the window sometimes, also, but I definitely open the back door. I let air circulate. The boiler room has a vent. The air flows in good. Um, of course, I maintain my own boiler. I have a furnace that I maintain myself. I'm always on top of it. I learned how to fix my boiler pretty much. Like the replacing the electrical stuff on there. The thermocouple every 2 or 3 years. Now I have to replace the thermocouple. Usually burns out. Of course, I make sure that there's no gas line leaks, water leak, things like that. So I'm on top of things. I've been doing this for many, many years. So I'm the type of person that I can live in a basement. I'll fix it up and make it my home. Not a lot of people can say that about a basement. Some people say, "Oh, basement is very," No, the only issue about basement that I always worry about is the flooding. That's every basement. Every basement, you always got to worry about flooding. and that's dependent on your environment and who knows what. Right now, we've been very fortunate here, and it's and of course in this area we're fine. But there is some things I have to do around the house to prevent that too. Like for example, there is a drain right outside the door, right? That's full of leaves. I need to go out there and clear that. I'm waiting for all the leaves to come down. Finally, the leaves are down now. Probably within the next maybe Sunday. Maybe I'll dedicate Sunday for that. If it's not windy, I'll start clearing the leaves out this alley because if we do get rain, the leaves are going to prevent the water from flowing out because the water usually goes right out into the street. And then I have that drain that's right now full of leaves. I need to clear all that out. When you do things like that, that helps, And oh shit, sorry. Okay, let me click on this guy. I'm getting contacts now. I'm getting all these contacts coming in. FT8, baby. And but it's not for everybody. Like I said, I'm used to it. I grew up living in the basement. But it's not for everybody. Not everybody can live in a basement. I like basement. It's more quiet. That's the first thing I did when I moved into this house with my wife. She said, "I know you. Go ahead, go fix up the basement because I like basements." So I had a separate room here. It's a quirk that my wife understood about me. That's why my wife and I were together. We're happily married, and we have our but she understands me well. Like she understands that this is my man cave. This is my man cave. This is my solace. Right now she's at work. Okay, my son is at school. When he comes home from school, I'm upstairs with my son, and then when he goes to bed, and then she has to go to bed because she has to wake up. I come down here. And I stay up late. I stay up. I stay up late. I'm a night owl. I stay up. I was up till 4 in the morning this morning. I went to sleep about 4 in the morning. I woke up at 8. I mean, not even 8, like 7:30. I woke up. So I went to sleep at 4 in the morning. I woke up at 7:45 around there. Took my son to school, and now I'm doing a live stream. 10 o'clock, 10:17. I'm doing a live stream. So I only got about 3.5 hours sleep. 3.5 hours sleep. Now, when I'm done with the live stream, I'll go back upstairs, or if I, or until I pick up my son. Yeah, I know the garage. That's gonna be the big one. My son, right? Okay, hold on. What's going on? I got a runaway train here. Okay, go another contact. All right, and I'll be upstairs on the recliner for the rest of the day, taking a nap. After I make him, after I make something for him to eat and whatever, and he's good. He's like, he goes on the computer. He doesn't want to be. He's on the computer playing his video games. That's what he does. Not playing video. He's playing Roblox, or Roblox. How you pronounce that? That's his game lately. Roblox. Well, he's making his own levels, his own bosses and all that. So he plays that game with his own, And that's what he does. He's playing, and then around 6 o'clock he does his homework. Roblox, yeah, Roblox. Yeah, exactly that game. Yeah, Roblox. So he enjoys that. So and then he makes his own levels and maps. The map. He does all that. And I'm sitting there in the recliner. I watch YouTube, or I'm watching my over-the-air TV. Sometimes I watch the Crime Network. I'm usually watching that. And I'm on my new recliner sitting there, and I doze off. And then I clean upstairs. I pick up the kitchen, clean up. Sometimes I gotta go. I do some housekeeping. You know. Yeah, your nephew plays that in Minecraft. Yeah, my son used to play Minecraft a lot, but he went through that Minecraft phase. Now he's doing the Roblox. So let me go over here. I want to see if I skip anything. So Frank, I hope you're doing well. Hello, Lee, my friend Lee from Blackpool, right? Liverpool, Blackpool. Sorry, Lee, my mind is good to see you, Lee. I hope you have a happy Friday, and I hope you have a great weekend, Lee. Yeah, I did what I can for them, you know. Exactly. Let me see, tassel, right here, tassel. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna. I'll probably put it to a different market, but maybe I'll use a different antenna for, or maybe I'll do some kind of rotary thing. But I want to finalize my setup here. But I want to do it right. I don't want to rush this time. I don't want to rush. So I want to do it right because I really want to put everything in this room as most as I can. I also, the boiler room, I want to set up an area where I take some of my portables because I like to listen a lot in the boiler room also. So I want to set up an area in the boiler room, maybe put some shelving there. I have one shelf right now, but I want to put another shelving on the other side. Where you see some of the videos when I shoot in the boiler room, the radio in that corner. I want to set up so I could do live stream there too. I want to do live stream in the boiler room with portable radio, and I can tune the band on a little portable. With a better microphone, of course, not this microphone. I want to put a right on the radio, and do some DXing in the boiler room. I really want to do that. Because I want people to see that. You know what? You don't need a big thing. You got a little modest setup. You could do some DXing there. I want to do something like that too. I want to have a setup in the boiler room and do live stream from the boiler room. I really want to do that. That's one thing I really want to do. You know? Yeah. So maybe some TV DXing. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, it was on the roof for 10 years. It's a long time. Been weather beaten, and it's in good condition. It's just the wing nut is very rusty. So I have to replace that wing nut, or maybe, uh, you know, file it down and clean it, get rid of the rust. And then, James Farley said Danny wants to be mission control. Yeah, I want to do something nice. I really want to fix it up. Tasso, he already had a reputation for being with the FBI. Yeah, and has some backhaul. Yeah, I would like to. Yeah, that'd be nice too. I would like to do FT8, FT8, not FT8, FTA. I do have a dish in the garage, and ironically, what is it, ironically? Yeah, I have a dish in the garage that I would like to mount somewhere, and it's a KU band dish. Is channel master dish that it was a Craigslist as they were Craigslist ad that they were going to throw out a few years ago. It was some office up there in I believe it was in Connecticut, and I said, yeah, I'll take it. So my wife and I, we went up there and we picked it up. We had at that time we had a station wagon, a Honda station wagon, and that thing that thing was big. I didn't think it was that big. I thought it was like the Dish Network DirecTV type dish. It's a lot bigger than that. So anyway, we got it here. It's in the garage, just sitting there. So I would like to use that at one point, but I have to make the space of it, and I have to make it where it doesn't annoy her. So that's I would like to do that. Really would like to do that. Yeah. All right, Tasso, take care. I'll catch you later, Danny. I have an online class now. Next week is one big final for statistics, and I'm having a bigger break until yeah. Oh, then you have the break. Okay, cool. Yeah, statistics. I remember taking statistics. I took statistics in college. A very interesting class, though. Statistics. I like statistics. RRT 0A Radon New York test $12. I don't know. I don't need to take one, but I need to take it. But maybe I'll look into it. I mean, I know about it. I'm aware about it for many years. I know it is odorless and so on, um, and I don't need to joke about that. But I told my wife sometimes. I said, "Listen, I lived in basements almost all my life, so there's worse things that can kill you." Not I don't mean to make light of it. Like for example, I was watching it was on the it's called Forensic Files. I was watching Forensic Files. It was about a week ago or so ago. It was about a family that moved into they bought a house in Georgia. It was somewhere in rural Georgia. And all of a sudden the young boy got really sick over time. He started getting sick. And even the husband got sick, but she didn't get sick, but they did. And it turned out to be a black mold in the house. And that house was about 100 years old. Like this house, 100 years old. But it turned out that before she had bought that property, that house, they had the plumbing just fixed the leak. There was an area where it was leaking, and they fixed the plumbing and stopped the leak. And they just briefly cut the wood around it, but not more. Like they should have really just broke down that wall and really put a new wall in on it. They didn't do that. They just cut the wood around it a little bit, and they just replaced it. They barely did that. They just fixed the leak basically. So this particular mold, if you don't, if it stays untreated, it spreads like wildfire, and it's very toxic. It is one. I won't say a spy because I'm not an expert on those people. Please, it is like a species of mold that is highly toxic, very toxic. So apparently that's what happened in this house. The boy first had learning problems in school. Then he started getting to the point where he really got sick, where he was hospitalized. And then also the husband got really ill. And he got to the point where um, he was like a CEO of a company, of his company. And it got to the point where he started having memory issues. There was one time that it took him an hour to get home when it's like a 10-minute drive because he forgot to locate his car. He forgot how to get home. Like he started getting like dementia, and it was because of this mold. So I don't mean to make light of it, but if anything like that would have happened, if something like that would have happened to me by now, I probably would not be here. Because I lived in basements all my life, and one thing with basements, you have to maintain them. That's the one thing. Take out. If you anybody ever lived in a basement, that's one thing you have to do. You have to do preemptive or proactive maintenance. That means make sure no water's leaking anywhere in this basement. That's not. Also, if there's any spot that might be mold, you need to get rid of that. You need to clean it. You need to disinfect it. Um, you need to provide adequate ventilation in any basement. That is the number one thing you have to do in a basement is ventilation. You have to make sure the basement is always ventilated, and you got to be on top of it. Living in a basement is not for everybody. You got to be on top of it. You can't let things fester. If you let things fester in the basement, it'll get out of control fast. And that's what happened with this house. It was a big house that they owned, but nobody was keeping on top of those things. So that little leak, they fixed it. They did fix it, but by that time the wood was already had mold, and it just grew and grew and grew. And it got to the point where fast forward, they wound up condemning the house. They had to move out the house and not take anything because they could have contaminated anywhere else they went. That's how toxic that house got. They went in there with the hazmat. They did an air quality test. It was crazy. They determined that the house got to get condemned with everything in it. They couldn't take anything with them. It was that bad. So I lived in basements all my life, and look, knock on wood, I never had a major health issue, and that's because I'm on top of things. I'm on top of things. When I lived in the Bronx, I had that basement. I was on top of that. But on that one, I had less control because I had my brothers and all that, and they were knuckleheads and all that, and I would fight with them about certain things. Here, I have 100% control because I didn't own that house. Here, we own this house, and I have 100%. So I'm monitoring. I know there's a leak. I address it right away. If I see there's a spot where there might be mold, it needs to be taken care of. I do not let it get out of hand. Do not let that's one thing. Anywhere in the house, even upstairs in the bathroom, sometimes you have, it goes through, you get a little tile, it gets molded. You have to get rid of that right away. You don't let that stuff fester. You got to be on top of these things. And that is one thing that a lot of people do. Some people don't do. They don't understand that. And of course, because my wife is very sensitive to allergy. Before I moved in here with her, this house had it going crazy with the sneezing. And when I moved here, I took care of a lot of stuff. I told her, you know why you sneezing? Because of this. Get rid of this. Now she doesn't have that issue no more. I had to get rid of a lot of things that trigger the allergy. When I moved up there, they had carpet. They had carpet up there, carpet, like a rug. I got rid of that stuff. I said, no, you can't have rugs in here. You need your, so, right now there's a wood floor, certain plants, she has plants upstairs. And I told her, yeah, there's certain plants you can have. I'm always cleaning the house. I'm usually the one that does the mopping around the house. I do all that. I mop this. I mop upstairs. I mop the second floor. I mop the entrance. I'm always cleaning outside. I'm always sweeping in front of my. I sweep in front of my sidewalk. I do all that. You got to be on top of these things. It's not easy. It's not easy. Not everybody can do this. Not everybody can be a homeowner and be on top of things and make your house safe. The air quality in your house is very important. It's very important. When I clean a room every year or so, I wipe down walls. I do things like that. I wipe down every piece of furniture and vacuum it and things like that. You have to do all these things. You have to. It's not for everybody. Basement, living in the basement is not for everybody. I'm gonna tell you that it's not. I can tell you that because I lived in basements almost pretty much all my adult life. Not everybody can live in a basement. Not everybody can do it. And when you get water coming down here, you have to make sure that the wall behind it is safe. And right now, knock on wood, so far everything is safe here. But it's not easy. It's not easy. It's not. It's not. Yeah, it's my man cave, exactly. So I gotta fix it up. I gotta, the guy that lived here before that she rented out to him, he ruined the basement. He was drilling in the bathroom, And of course, he didn't use a stud finder. He drilled right into copper pipe, and it burst, and it flooded this until somebody had an emergency plumber had to come in here and fix it. But he didn't even know how to shut off the water. I guess he was a guy. Was a young guy. He was a young guy, but he was a pothead. Was smoking weed. So of course, in this house, the main valve is right there for the water. It's right there. So right behind this. He's in that closet. There's a closet right there, and down there there's a big valve. And you shut off the main water with a water meter. It has a water meter. It has a water meter with a Wi-Fi antenna, and you have a big knife switch. It's like a knife switch. You shut off the main water for the house. That's what he had to do, but the idiot didn't do that. He's an idiot. That's why renting to tenants is not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy renting into people. I mean, and at the time it sounded like a good thing. Oh, you rent out places, you make money, you get steady income. No, there's a lot of overhead behind it, because if you get a tenant that doesn't pay rent and wrecks your place, it's going to cost you a lot more to get them out. And that's what happened to this guy. This guy was paying for a while. He was paying for a while because his side job was doing tattoos in the basement. He had a tattoo parlor in this basement. So people would walk in and out of here. That's another thing he did. He created people, in and out of here. Come to the basement. They were getting their tattoos. They paid him. But the guy was clueless to running a place. All he did was smoke weed and make money from tattoos. And that's all he did. And he ruined the basement. When she left him the basement was immaculate. It had beautiful wallpaper and everything. And he ruined all that. So easily thousands of dollars of damage by the time I got rid of him out of this basement. And that's why it's not easy, bro. It's not easy. It sounds good on paper. Oh, you buy a couple of houses and you rent it out and you have income. No? Yeah, that's in an ideal world where you got working tenants and they're very responsible tenants. Not everybody's like that. No. Nope. Let me see. Yeah, these numbers go crazy. I don't know what's going on with these numbers. Right now, again, I'm testing out Edge browser for today. Edge browser seems to be doing better. Like Tasso says, Chrome is acting up. Google Chrome, forget I can't use it. I use it for when I'm done with the live stream, I'll use it. And I'm tempted to open it now in QRZ, but I don't want to open it up now. I don't want to, because I don't know how long the stream is gonna last before it gets kicked off. Yeah, so radon tests. That's another thing with all this tests, all this radon stuff. Sometimes the media, I'm not saying that your suggestion is, I know about radon, but sometimes the media sensationalize things. Like, oh my God, you need to get your house tested for radon because, you could die. No. Okay, I don't know what's going on right now. Let me check something. I'm down to I'm going to check something right now. Hope it's not the case here. I'm really hoping it's not the case here. Let me see the number. Right now, it just went down to 0. Let me see. All right. I'm watching my... Okay, so it's working. Okay. All right, so it's not... Okay. No, I just went to my live stream to see if I can see myself. I'm not getting that proverbial buffering of death. So my number went down to 0. I'm like, what? Jesus Christ. I mean, it's a Friday morning, and you just went down to 0 again. All right. It's times like this, I just want to shut off the live stream. Anyway, I'm going to let it play. Let me do some housekeeping here. Anybody want to chime in? Chime in. If not, I really don't care anymore, to be honest. So I put this over here and do some housekeeping because I need to figure out this SDR thing. This air conditioner, I need to move it over here. This thing weighs a ton, man. Oh, I'm gonna break my back. Move it over here. Doesn't get in my way. We'll pick it up here. I still haven't received my radio. My SH Data D221 taking longer than usual. And I haven't received my hotspot. But I'm thinking at this point, it's the holiday, Black Friday, people getting all this stuff now. I figured I got to be a big backlog of delivery. Like maybe global delivery or something. And I'm still waiting for my third MDVM hotspot. It hasn't arrived here yet. So, and I didn't even check the status of it today. I just stopped checking it already. There's some housekeeping here. I got to clean up here a little bit. Okay. Actually, this plastic is bye-bye. Let me throw this plastic up. Yeah, so I ordered a third one of these. So I'm hoping to be here by today, but so far, So I have these two. Let me put them over here for now. Just put them over here. And keep them there. I'm not gonna plug it in yet because I want to clean up. And then this guy, I need to figure this thing out. But for some reason now, all of a sudden he's not seeing this guy here, but I'm gonna put that one there, my SDR. And this one is a charger for my this is for the, let's see. Let me see which charger is this one. This is for my 1701 charger. Okay. This is my 1801 charger, I believe. Oh no, it's not this one. Oh, here it is. So this is for my 1801. Okay, my 1801 charger. Okay, so I'm clearing out space here now. This is my TID radio wireless programmer that I need to set up with my I set up with my Quang Shang. It works fine, but I don't really need it for my Quang Shang. Let me put this over here. Little pirate guy go right there. Let me rip this up. It's just when I was writing my when I write the call sign when I'm talking on the. You always gotta have a piece of paper when you're making contacts, and you can write down the call sign, and then you. So this is just that I'm just ripping up. I clean up here a little bit. There you go. And my pencil. Put it right there for now. Now let me see. Oh, the rat tail. Let me put the rat tail over here. Rat tail. I'll put it right here for now. And the box. Let me see what I want to put that screen up there. What's the screen? Oh, this guy. Yeah, let me put this. Let me just put that screen up there. Everybody want to feel free to chime in? Go ahead. Put these cables over here, and then so I have this screen. Oh, great! I'm just getting pinched right here. All right. I'm gonna put it this way. There now. There you go. Little more room here. Like this. My mag mount right there. My tripod right there for now. Oh, this guy. A little bit of housekeeping here. All right, let's see. Runaway TX Watchdog. Here we go. Be right back. Let me wash my hands. There you go. A little bit of housekeeping there. Just clear out this lane right here. And my water. And there you go. Okay, now I got this other contact. Let me see. All right, put that there. Let me open up Chrome, I guess, for the other one, because let me see. Can I do it with Edge? Let me see if it remembers it. I want to know if it could remember. That would be great. Okay, let me log in and see if it remembers the login. Okay, it seems to remember it. Okay, splendid. So let me go to my profile. 5 new alerts. Okay. There we go. So let me go to my logbook. Let me also import. Is it going to have it saved here? Oh, it does have it saved. Let's see. Okay. Oh, okay. So I'm going to use, let me see, refresh. Okay. There you go. Okay, I got it going. But right now I'm migrating to Edge. It did save all my contacts and all that. So I got, right now I'm using Edge because Chrome is just too unstable. It really is unstable. Definitely, my last update on Chrome, I've been having issues. Sometimes I'll be watching a live stream. Like for example, last Saturday I was watching official SWL channel live stream Jill's, and 2 times my browser crashed. I got that all snap memory out of memory error, and it was really frustrating. And then not yesterday, day before yesterday, I tried to open up this other software. I talked about it yesterday. If you go to yesterday's live stream, I put the link there to what is it called? What is it? I don't remember the name of it exactly. Now they had the 12 screens. Anyway, so I put the download link there, and also I put the link to the video that talks about it. So it's on my yesterday's live stream is there. The links. It's not Ham Clock. It's Ham Studio or something. I forgot what it's called. Oh, Ham Dashboard. That's what it's called. So it's called Ham Dashboard. So if you go to my last yesterday's live stream, the link is there, and I talked about it yesterday. However, I couldn't load that Ham Dashboard while I'm doing a live stream because that would kill my live stream. It just spiked up my memory to the point where I will get disconnected from here, from YouTube Studio. And you will get the proverbial buffering of death. So, but it works well. I just can't do it. I can't run at the same time when I'm doing a live stream. So that's what I was talking about yesterday. So I plan to use a dedicated machine for that and have a separate screen for that, of course, connected to that machine. I would like to have something like that set up in the background. Or, something like Geocron. Let me put a call roster here. Okay, let's see what's going on in the call roster. There's a lot of people on FT8. Wow, it's a lot. There's a lot of people on FT8 today. Wow, look at it. I'll show you. Let me put this over. See the call roster? There's a lot of people on 10 meters. Look at all this. It's a lot today. Wow, look at that. I'm going to go on FT4. See, there's a lot of people on. Let's try FT4. There's a lot of people on today. Well, it's Friday, too, It's Friday. Let's see how many people come on FT4. Let me start broadcasting. Yeah, it seems to be very much more. Well, I've seen more than this on FT4 on a real good day. So this is not that bad. This is okay, FT4. Actually seem better. Okay, oh yeah. Now if it scrolls down there, that means it's a good day. With another. And I'm already getting a contact over here. I'm already getting a contact over here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, FT4 is a little lively today. Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay, so let me put it over here. Let's put it right there. So looking at my ugly mug. Okay, so I made contact with this guy. There you go. Thank you. Okay. There's some water here. Yeah, so it's very active today. FT4 on 10 meters. Very active. Wow. Hey, you can scroll down here. Look at that. Yeah, that's pretty good for FT4. Yeah, it just got bigger now. Let me see the list. All right. Okay, FT8 was ridiculous. It was really long. You saw what I saw FT8. A lot of people on 10 meters right now. A lot. Hey. Look at how high that bar is. It's very active right now. Okay. Very active. And of course, another contact right there. That's a frequency, okay? Right there. 28.180. That's FT4. Upper sideband. Can I get this cord out the way? Unfortunately, this cord cannot get it out of the way. All right, I got another contact here. This guy, okay. Roger, Roger. Thank you. Roger, Roger. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Let me put the audio up on that. Audio? Oh, way up there. My speaker is going to be this one. Okay, now this guy. Belgium. Okay, there you go, Belgium. Oh, wow. Oh, I see what it did. Okay, yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to put a speaker over here. I had the audio pump out over here. I didn't want that. That's too loud. Oh, my God. Sorry about that. All right. So now it's pumping back into the... Actually, the audio is supposed to come out from the radio. Yeah, definitely something's acting funny with this computer right now. You know, because right now it's supposed to be... Yeah, it shouldn't be doing the same playback device. Yeah. Anyway, it's working now, so I'll leave it alone for now. There you go. All right. So, of course, right now, let me see what I've done so far today. Let's see. Today, logbook. Let's see. So far today, okay, we go today. Since I started my live stream, went to all the way down to yeah, almost there. About let me see, logbook. Let me go over here. 12. Since I started my live stream about an hour ago, so far 12. Okay, 12. Oh, 13. Well, that's 13 now. There you go, 13. Okay. Thank you for that. In Germany. There you go. No new countries here. Actually, let me go back to FT8. Go back to FT8 right there. FT8 is every 15 seconds. FT4 is every 7.5 seconds. You send, you transmit 7.5 seconds, then you receive 7.5 seconds. It's faster. FT4 is a lot faster. But FTA is more people. FTA is where everybody, So you see FTA, look at all this. Look at all this. FT8. Okay. Now, the thing about FT4, FTA, since it takes every 15 seconds, since FTA takes 15 seconds, your signal gets out further than FT4. Obviously because of, the length of time. So, you're going to be heard further out on FT8. For example, like, FTA, you'll get heard all the way out to Australia, whatever, it'll travel. It can cover more distance, FT8. FT4, you can still make very long contacts on FT4, but the problem is you only have 7.5 seconds. So, if you want to make longer distant contacts, then FT8 is the way to go. If you want to make a lot more contacts in terms of frequency, then FT4 is the way to go. So if you want to just, I mean, and you can get long distance contacts FT4 because I've done it many, many times, but it's just since it's faster, instead of every 15, it's every 7.5 seconds. So the more likelihood you're going to get more longer contacts on FT8 than on FT4. Okay, so keep that in mind. I just recently learned that there was another channel he was talking about, and it makes sense. And it makes sense because it does happen with me. When I'm on FT8, obviously I make the longer distant contact because this FT8 is every 15 seconds. Like right now, this guy's from Portugal, so he just made a contact with me. Right now, he initiated it. So this is Portugal, right? Right here. Yeah, there you go. Portugal right there. Charlie Tango 7 Alpha Romeo Quebec. So in Portugal. And there you go. I just, there you go. Portugal. Minus 13 sent. Minus 7 I received. Okay. And then you click on OK and it logs them in. So that's from Portugal. Okay, next. So where's the Cuban guy? I wanted to make contact with the Cuban guy. He's calling CQ. Let me talk. Cuba. Let's go Cuba. To my Cuban brother. Voice, I haven't done much voice, but I haven't spoken to a Cuban I would like to talk to a Cuban guy on voice. I would like to talk to him in Spanish. On voice, on Puerto Rico, I talked to a few people. Cuba, I was the other day. The guy was calling out CQ, but he was calling CQ Asia. It was a Cuban guy. He was calling out CQ Asia. So of course, I didn't want to interfere with that because when he's calling out CQ Asia, that means he wants to talk to someone from Asia. So when somebody's calling out CQ, for example, of course, I'm in the United States, and he's calling out CQ Asia. And he was coming in loud and clear. Of course, he would have heard me. But when he's calling out CQ Asia, as much as I wanted to talk to him, and the temptation was there to talk to him, I didn't engage because he's calling out CQ Asia. When somebody's calling out CQ to another country, and you're not that country, have the courtesy to don't call him because he's trying to get in contact with somebody from Asia. So anytime you call in, you're actually interfering with what he's trying to do. Just like, for example, even on FT8, you see, for example, FT8, everybody's calling CQ, right? CQ. But some people like CQ Asia or CQ EU or CQ. So if somebody's calling out CQ EU, I'm not going to click on him because he's trying to call out CQ in somebody in Europe. So, when you click on him, you're actually interfering with what he's doing. So that's something you have to notice, that it is courtesy. Let me see if I can find anybody. Right now, not anybody. See, like this one, it's American, right? NX, 5T. He's calling CQDX. That means he wants to call CQ basically outside of the United States. So if I click on him, and I'm an American, I'm in New York, I'm actually interfering with him because he's really trying to call out, when he says CQDX, he's really trying to call out non-US, like anywhere in the world but US. So when you see that on FT8, you know what? Respect that. Sometimes they need a state. Like, for example, there was a time where I needed one more state. I would put CQ DE, like CQ space DE, Delaware. Okay, state of Delaware. That was the last thing that I needed for the 50 states. So I would put CQDE. That way, if some American would have saw that he lives in Delaware and he wanted to help me out, he could answer my call. You understand? So that's why when you see the CQ, always remember that whether it's voice or digital, you got to pay attention to the CQ because you don't want to waste your time. And plus, you don't want to interfere with somebody trying to call CQ. So that Cuban guy, I really wanted to talk to that day. He was coming in loud and clear, and it was like the end of the day, and I wanted to do Cuban voice contact. But he was calling CQ Asia, and, I had to respect that. I said, no, I'm not going to call him with my call sign because he's really trying to call someone. He's really trying to get someone from Asia to call him. So you got to recognize these things when you're, maybe you should make videos on this stuff. But that's why you watch my live streams. So you could see stuff like this, and I learned this stuff. Like I said, I'm a technician. But this stuff you have to learn. You should know this stuff. You notice this stuff. Because I remember in the very beginning, I made the rookie mistake of doing that. Like somebody will be calling on CQ, CQ EU. And I just wanted to make contacts, and I would click on that one, not knowing that, he doesn't want to make contact with an American. He wants to make contact with a European. So these little nuances, you need to notice that, when you're doing this stuff. You just can't randomly click on stuff and no, each person here is trying to make contacts. Like right now, I'm at the point now where I have a bunch of grid squares already. So for example, this one's calling CQ Guadalupe. So I'll click on him because he's calling out CQ, and he's in Guadalupe. And I happen to need that grid square. I already have Guadalupe, but I don't have that grid square. So right now, I just double clicked on him, and right now I'm trying to answer his call. And the fact that he's calling CQ, I'll just call, you know. So, you know, you guys, when you see these things, you gotta recognize these things, and you know. And the German guy sees he's calling CQ up here, CQ. Even though I already have the grid square, he's calling CQ. I could click on him and try to initiate contact with him, maybe. You know. But the rest of them, of course, when they're like this, that means they're already making contact with each other. They're calling. This one is calling him, and this one is calling him. They're already exchanging. The ones that are calling CQ, they're just calling out. Those are the ones that you could double click on. But before you double click on, make sure he's calling CQ to anybody. You know, you don't want to double click on him and he's calling CQ to Asia. And you're not in Asia. You know, that's not proper etiquette. You know, and you know, of course they might answer back your call and all that. But it's kind of, you have proper etiquette, you know, especially when a lot of them are calling a particular remote country or an exotic country. Sometimes an exotic country will come on here, and all of a sudden everybody's calling CQ to the same person. You know, it could be like somebody from Pacific Island where it doesn't come on often. Like those are the real rare ones that you see. And you don't want to call, you don't want to double click on that when he's trying to call. You don't want to double click on him when he's trying to call the exotic contact. You don't want to interfere with that. So keep that in mind too, that, you know, you don't do those things. Have some courtesy and, you know, proper etiquette. Just like if I'm calling CQ to, for example, the what it was, Pitcairn Island, which is in the Pacific, is Pitcairn Island. It was a whole bunch of us were calling that particular Pitcairn Island. So I was already calling CQ on it, but somebody kept calling me, and which is kind of rude because he sees I'm trying to call Pitcairn Island. I really need that island contact, but this other person is calling me, and I'm like, you don't see that I'm trying to call Pitcairn Island, and a whole bunch of us are in the queue calling Pitcairn Island, and this person, you know, like you got to pick up on these things, you know, because that's rude when you do that. That's considered rude. Well, it is rude when you do that. Anyway, so this guy Guadalupe is gone. So let me go back to calling out CQ. He's gone. Well, actually, he's making contact with somebody else. Anyway, okay, he already. I don't really need that, so I'll leave it. I mean, I do need the grid square, but I'm not gonna be on queue just for that. But these little things you have to pick up on because, you know, it makes you, you know, you're better. Makes you a better operator. You know, you have to have courtesy. You know, you can't just double click on there because you want to make that contact. You have to recognize who is he calling. Make sure you're not interfering with him. Also, when you pick where you want to broadcast from, you know, in my case, I picked this. It was not in use at the time, and there's a couple of people that went on here, but you know, always pick a spot where you're gonna you want to transmit from. You want to call out CQ. You want to find a spot like this. You don't want to put yourself right in here. You want to put yourself in, you know, like in my case right now, it's, you know, because you want to be heard. You don't want to be buried in that. You don't want to be buried in here, especially when you're running low power. Well, I'm running 100 watts, so I'm okay here. But if you're running, you know, 20 watts or less or whatever, you know, always go to a spot like this, and you know, you'll be heard because anybody nearby will hear you here, as opposed to, you know, plus it is kind of, you know, you shouldn't go in here because right now you're actually, you know, you might be causing more noise than anything. And I learned that too in the beginning, that I always used to just, oh, I want to go where everybody's at. Actually, you don't want to do that. You actually want to go somewhere where, it's better. You be here and people find you here. Like right now, there's yeah. So right now, guy from Poland just initiated. So there you go. That's Poland. But see, he didn't go in here and start or whatever. They'll find you. These things. You don't learn it. You don't learn these things in a day. You learn these things over time. These little nuances and all that. And there you go. So I just made contact with that guy. There you go, right here, Poland. He was from Poland. And he just 73. He sent me a 73. Okay, there you go. See? Okay. And that's what you do. You don't have to. If you're in an area where you pick an area, a quiet area, and you just call out CQ, people find you. The same thing with voice. Of course, voice is harder, especially as a technician, because I only have a small sliver of everywhere I can do voice on 10 meters, so it's going to be crowded there. But the proper way is to go to an area of your band. When I say your band, I'm talking about what you're licensed to do, and try to find an empty frequency. Unless you're, mostly what I've done, I haven't done much calling on CQ. What I usually do is I just answer it. So I usually tune the dial and hear somebody calling on CQ, then I'll just reply to that. As opposed, if you're going to call out CQ, you should find a spot where, obviously, if you're going to call out CQ, find a spot where no one is using. And the same thing applies here. Try to find a spot where no one is using. So right now, for example, right now it seems to be getting, I may want to move over here. So I'll just move the mouse over here. I'll hold the control button and there you go. Now I'm going to be in this spot right here. I just moved over to this spot. 1239, right about there. So now I'm going to be calling out from there. And I have a better chance of people hearing me. It is a weak signal mode, but at least people can hear me more clear. And so on. You really don't want to be in here, and I mean, you can be in here, and sometimes people go all the way out here, all the way to one spot, one extreme over. But remember, this whole thing right now is 3 megahertz. This is 3 megahertz. Okay, it's 3 megahertz. So right now I'm almost at the midpoint. So even though over here it says 28, for example, over here it says 28.074. Technically, I'm on the 075. 28.075. I'm right there. See, if you round it off, it's kind of like right there. And then this is 74, 75, 76. Okay. So I'm right in the middle. But sometimes people go all the way to here, right at the, here in the beginning. You can't see it, but Let me try this. All the way at the beginning of the band, FT8. I'm in the middle, and then all the way at the end is right there, 3 megahertz, 3,000. It says 3,000, but it's 3 megahertz or 3,000 hertz. Excuse me. 3,000 kilohertz. Excuse me. I'm sorry. So that's your band right there. Your for the FT8. That's your band right there. So you can be anywhere in here. Okay. But this is what it shows you. So right now, right here, it's there's nobody here, and it's clean. So that's why I'm broadcasting from here. For example, like when me and my radio DXer made our contact, he was all the way over here, and I was all the way over here, but his band was very crowded. So I told him, let's find a medium, let's find a place where we both can make the contact that there's nobody on there. So we had, of course it was the middle of a live stream, and we found a spot, and finally I heard his signal and he heard my signal. But remember, even if it's as long as it doesn't go below -24, and I can pick up a signal, that's it. Because this is a weak signal. This is a weak signal mode. So, and he was broadcasting he was transmitting at 10 watts, and I was transmitting at 100. So it's gonna be harder for him. It's gonna be harder for him for me to hear him. It's gonna be harder if he's in a nearby here. Like I might be able to pick up the signal. But when we agreed on an area where it's quiet for both of us, then I picked up a signal. Then it showed up here. It showed up here as minus, at least, all you have to do is go above -24. So you see like these two signals right here, right? Ecuador, for example, this one, right? Ecuador. -24, that means it's very weak signal. That is a very weak signal, -24. That's the absolute lowest you can hear. And you cannot hear it. The human ear cannot hear it. But the software can decode the signal that low. The human ear, you're not going to hear this. You can't hear it. It's static. You won't be able to hear that signal. You will not hear it with the human ear. But the software can decode it and say, yes, it's this guy, Hotel Charlie 2, Echo Papa, calling CQ, this grid square from Ecuador. It can decipher all that and give you the signal. And by the way, he's a -24. Okay? Very important. You understand all this stuff. So when me and Radio Dexter made the contact, we had to find a spot where I could at least, you got to get above that threshold, -24. And I think I got him at -17. He was at 10 watts calling from England. And also the gray line was rapidly, I think it was already dark where he was at. Because we were doing it on 10 meters. So he was already, the sun had just went down over there. And over here it's 11:24. Because now, of course, it's winter time, basically. So right now, for example, over here, the sun goes down at 4:30. Right after 4:30, the sun is already down here. So you can see, for example, England, right? Yeah, I mentioned England, right? England. Right now, minus 22 on this one, minus 18. Oh, this one is pretty strong. But you can see that it's already getting dark. You know, fast forward 6 hours ahead. So it's already what, 6 hours or 5 hours. But it's already approaching sunset already. Even though it is 11:25, you know, almost midday. So when we made contact, it was right on that. Let me show you. Let me open up PSK reporter. And I'm gonna put my call sign. Yeah, it's approaching. Let me bring it over here. I'm gonna move it. Actually, yeah, let me move it over here. Let me open up this. Let me maximize this one. Just give me a second. Just want to have the two tabs match. There you go. So as you can see, it's already. Let me make it bigger here. As you can see, it's already dark over England, right? It's already dark. Look at the gray line. It's already dark. I'm over here. He's over here. So you see, it's like there's a window that we make contact. Very important to recognize. Now, of course, it's 10 meters. On 20 meters, it wouldn't make a difference. But on 10 meters, you got to work with what you got. 10 meters is one of those modes that doesn't do well at night. That's it. Doesn't do well. As soon as the sun goes down, this all going to fade away. It's all going to fade away in another, couple of hours or so. Right now, it's still, of course, but basically that's the gist of it. All this is, and then boom, and then this will light up over here. This is moving over here. And then you'll be able to talk to people from Australia. Or right now, let me not do the last 24 hours. Let me do the last. Right now, I'm going to do the last 3 hours. Sorry about that. So now this is the last 3 hours. Okay. So you can see this is gonna fade away, and then this is 10 meters, and it's gonna, of course, the gray line moves east to west, right? And then in another hour or two, well, another couple hours or so, it'll be over here, and then I'll start here in Australia and the Pacific in another 3 hours, about 3 hours or so. This will start. I'll start hearing here, and they can start. And be heard there. Excuse me, be heard there, and then this will fade away. Okay. I know I'm not an expert on this stuff, but I'm learning. I'm learning this stuff. So when me and my radio Dexter made that contact, there was a window of opportunity on 10 meters that we had to make that, and we had to do a few things. You had to find the empty frequency for both of us, because he was skipping. His signal was skipping. My signal was skipping over him. We zoomed down. When I was zooming down, for example, where he lived at, Southampton, when I was zooming down, he's in Southampton. I can't see with all this night light, because right now it's nighttime already. That's London. All right, that's all that light. That's London. He lives in Southampton, so I can only zoom this far. And I was skipping over him. He was like right there, and my signal was getting heard here, and not there. That's how close we were. And then finally, he heard me. And when he heard me, he showed up on the call roster. It's pretty cool. It was pretty cool when we did that. It was pretty cool. So let me see. I'm trying to find Southampton here. Let me see. Oh, it's right here. So he's here. Let me see if he's listening right now. Anyway, he's here. I think you can barely see it. Southampton. So he lives here. He lives right here. Okay. So right now, of course, he wouldn't be able to hear me because this one heard me 100 minutes ago. This one heard me, but nobody hasn't heard me here close. Only this one, 25 minutes ago. So you see, he wouldn't be able to hear me right now. Well, first of all, he's not on. But if he was on, he might have heard me. He could hear me. But that's what happened. He got to a point where, and finally, when he heard me, that's when we made the contact. Because, of course, it's also propagation. But you already see it's dark here. See all the night lights. And the gray line is, let me zoom out. The gray line is right there. See the gray line? Going right over to England. Right there. So Europe is already, on my time, 11, what is it now? 11:31. Right now, Europe is already, nighttime, evening. Except for Spain, except for Portugal and Spain, they still have daylight right now. It's fascinating. It's fascinating when you look at it like that. And of course, Western Africa here is still, so the Azores is still Portugal, Spain, Portugal, of course. Canary Islands is still right now. So you see that if you zoom out now, and then Western Africa and South Africa, you can still see. Okay, so just make note of that. These are things that you pick up. These are things that you pick up when you learn. It's stuff that, when you take the test, you memorize stuff or whatever, and yeah, it's good. You pass the test, whoopee. Yeah, I'm going to pass the test. But until you recognize stuff like this is what you really understand. By doing this daily and understanding this, now you can understand, where you want to target. So, for example, if I want to target, for example, as a technician on HF, if I want to contact anybody here, I have to do it early in the morning, very early. As soon as the sun come up here, I have a window of a couple of hours maybe to make contact here. And then as the green line goes away, I lose them. You see how it works? And you lose them. You lose them. I'm talking about 10 meters. I'm not talking about, 40. I'm talking about 10. Because 10 is one of those bands that, and some people might not. I shouldn't say some people. Have I would have got the general right away, I wouldn't have learned this. So when people say, "Oh, you're not gonna get a lot. You're not gonna get HF contacts on 10 meters," that's not true. You can do a lot on 10 meters, but you have a limited window to do it. That's it. If I want to make a voice contact into Kazakhstan or China, I can, but it's a very limited window to do it on. That's it. That's the only difference. And as a technician on 10 meters, you have a very, very limited window, and you have a small, crowded band. So you got a bunch of things against you. You got two major things against you, but it's very limited. So as a technician, FT8 is very friendly for technicians. You know, if there's one mode that is perfect for technicians, it's FT8. You could do a lot with FT8 with the limited band that you have. You know, so guys, keep that in mind. So when people say, "Oh, you got a technician, you can't do anything," that's not true. You can still do a lot. It's just you have to. It's a limit. It's a limit, and you really have to. You know, for example, if I do want to make a contact here, I have to do it early in the morning. That's it. That's only one day, one point of the day that I can do that, and it's very limited. Maybe an hour or two, and that's it. It's gone for the rest of the day, and that's it. Unlike when you go down to 20 or you go down to 40, you have you can go all the way into the evening, basically pretty much the whole day into the late into the evening and things like that. You can't do that with 10. Okay, so just want to show that because there's a misconception about that you can't do much with a technician. That's not true. You can do a lot with technician license. You can do a lot with technician license. Okay, so all you people out there, the ones that are on the fence about getting your license, I done a lot with my technician license. Uh, you know, I'm a few away from. I'm three away from getting the Europe one. I'm 10 away from South America. I'm 15 away from the Master of North America. I accomplish a lot in 2 years. My logbook right now, I'm at 3,623 QSOs. I have 2,200 confirmed. Technician. Where I'm at right now. Award wise, let me see how many countries right now. I think it's 115. DX World. Yep, 115. There you go, 115 countries. Okay, look at my map. Is filling it up. Mix, filling it up. And that's 2 years as a technician. So don't believe people when they say you can't do it. When they say you can't do it, yeah, you can do it. You just gotta have you just gotta be smart on 10 meters. You gotta be smart. you know, you can easily go, oh, I can go down to 20 meters and talk to you. Yeah, you can. Good for you. But try, the challenge is do it in 10 or 6. But do it in 10. Okay? And that's the thing. Now, of course, once I get the general, I'm going to fill this out in no time. So I'll get 200 countries. I know it. I know now. But believe me, I know. If I did this with a technician license, I know I'm going to get 200 countries. No, I have no doubt about that. USA, all 50. All right? All 50. Of course, the continents, every continent. Europe, I'm 3 away. There you go. 10 meters. All right. Just leaves what? Gibraltar or Albania. I believe Kosovo, San Marino, the Vatican, a couple of them. Not many. I'm 3 away. That's it. See? 63 out of 66. All right. Asia is a long way. Asia's a long way. It's not even at the halfway mark yet for Asia. Still. Let people say, yeah, you got a technician, you can't do all this. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Africa, of course, is very difficult. I got a long way for Africa. Long way. But that's expected. That is expected on Africa. All right. And then North America. Let me zoom in. Mostly islands. North America, mostly islands. And of course, I think it's Guatemala and Nicaragua. I need those two, Guatemala, Nicaragua, and then the rest of them are islands. And Jamaica. I still don't have Jamaica. And Haiti. Those are the only ones I have. I need. So I'm 15? Yeah, 15 away from that one. So of course, it makes South America, I believe, is 10. Yeah. Sorry. South America. If you zoom in, South America is mostly. I'm moving up there. It's kind of hard to see. I'm sorry. It's mostly Paraguay, Bolivia, and Guyana. And then there's a bunch of small islands. A bunch of, you can barely have to zoom in there. Let me see. I'm sorry, I'm moving around here. There's a couple of small islands. Well, I got the Falklands right there. But anyway, there's a bunch of small islands. It's hard to zoom in there. Of course, Oceania is Australia and the Pacific Islands. So I'm at the quarter mark there. And if you zoom in, is let me zoom out. So that's Oceania and Antarctica. So they count that in Antarctica. Of course, I don't have an Arctic contact yet. A lot of them are Pacific Islands and New Guinea, and a bunch of Pacific Islands. And there's a bunch of them. Okay, so that's Oceania. So, when people say you can't do it, they don't know what they're talking about. It's just a harder road. It's a lot harder road. And, you got to know what you're doing. And you know what? Right now, it is a good time to do it. I know that you talk about a solar cycle and all that. That's right. Well, if I happen to be blessed that it is a good solar to do it now for the next year or so, then yeah, you got to maximize that opportunity. Okay, so put it back over here. So keep that in mind that that's the first comments I got when I posted my I got my technician license. People say, "Now go get that general and get off the repeaters." No, I don't be on repeaters much. I haven't been much on a repeater. I haven't been much on repeaters. Once in a while we'll go on a repeater, but I haven't been much on repeaters. It's just that I learned. When I say learn, I quickly learned that there is patterns, and also during the year. Right now, for example, right now is the weather's cool. It is a good time to do this. Also on 10 meters, it's okay. But I notice when this weather gets hot, like for example, not even hot. I believe it's after. Usually, it's because, like I said, it's my second year doing this. I believe for me, I think it's after March. It's less and less activity for me on 10. That's what I noticed. It was less and less. And then of course the summer, not much until it picked up, and it picks up again in September. Around September or so, it picks up again. And that's from what I see. It's the pattern from what I see, that's what So like for example, during the summer, I'm doing, I'm more on VHF, UHF, stuff like that. Like this past summer, that's what I did. I actually started talking on, DMR and all that. You know, of course, I will get my general at some point. I will. But yeah, you gotta recognize these patterns because this 10 meters is one of those bands that it doesn't work. It doesn't work it doesn't work at night, and it doesn't work all year round. So you got that too. It doesn't work all year round. There is a point where it just really drops off. For me, from what I've seen the last 2 years, like I said, I'm a tech level not licensed now. This is my second year. I just went through my second anniversary. So I noticed that. That's the pattern that I noticed. So I think I done pretty well for 2 years at this level. Compared to my peers, for example, even in the numbers, like when you go to a award, you could do you don't have a leaderboard. You can compare where you at with. So when I compare where I'm at, a lot of people that have a certain amount of contact, like where I'm at now, the numbers that I'm at now, a lot of them are general and extra. There's not that many techs that are at the number where I'm at. And I'm not bragging. Yeah, I am. Yeah, you know what? I am tooting my horn. Boop, boop. But it's a fact. Because I want to dispel that myth that, you know, and that's just me, because I grew up that way. I like challenges. Some people don't like challenges. Me, I enjoy challenge. I enjoy because I like to, when people say you can't do it, that's the worst thing you can tell me. I always been that way. And as long as I remember, I always been that way. When a person tell me I can't do it, I try to prove them wrong. Is it maybe it's a bad trait that I think that way, but sometimes it's not. Of course I wouldn't. I'm never. I wasn't 100% right all the time. Of course you're not. There's times that I couldn't do it. Something, whatever. But it does give you a little motivation. Yeah. So let me see who else is on here. I guess that's somebody else is on the chat right now. Let me see where we are now with this. Let me minimize that. If anybody want to chime in, please feel free. Let me stretch for a minute, and then if not, I may end the live stream. Actually, I don't know. So I was on yesterday for 5 hours. It just flew by. 5 hours. I was on the live stream. Well, I'm waiting on this thing today. Hopefully, it'll arrive today. Any requests? Let me know. I'll take requests. I said when I come out here, I don't come out here with a script. All right, let me take this outside. This is empty. Why this is here, I don't know. It's like the Truman Show. I like the Truman Show of amateur radio, I guess, radio's hobby or whatever. I just let it roll. I let it roll because, um, you know, even like I said, I tried that a couple of years ago with the script thing, and first couple of last year it didn't work out too well. I'm not into this. I usually reply to questions, but I rather reply to questions here. I'm trying to see if somebody asked me a question the other day. I have to look it up now. Let me see. I think I saw somebody posted a question. Let me check. Maybe it's a good time to answer the question now. Let's see. I go to my channel. Go to somebody that asked me a question. Let me go to customize channel. Let me close this one. Let me go to dashboard. Okay, let me go over here. Let me expand it over here. All right, I'm gonna read this guy's question. Well, it's more of a comment, but it can make a question. Let me click away from that. Let me skim it first. Okay. Anyway, it was a comment. I thought it was a question. Let me see what else. I'm gonna put it like this. See right here. You can see it. Anyway, I'll just read it and so it's more of a comment. So anyway, it was a comment about my copper tube BNC connector modified MLA30 versus what video was this? Versus oh god, it doesn't even show the whole. It's probably versus the MFJ 1886. I don't want to open up another window now. So here, this is what I want to learn to do and ultimately do well. Upgrade my MLA30 to copper, a bit larger for use for an RTL SDR receive only on the laptop with a spectrum analyzer and waterfall display. Then transmit on my end fed with my G90 HF and reach out very far. And then he also wrote, so if I like the upgraded copper loop, I may save up for the Kenwood TS590SG without the SA or waterfall display. Great old school HF screens are okay, but I'd rather listen to the radio and look at the laptop. So basically, what he wants to replicate is like what they call a transmit and receive switch. I thought about doing that with the G90. Let me lower this down. Because I noticed the G90 is not a great receiver. It's a nice radio. It's a nice transceiver. It's a 20-watt transceiver on the G90, the Zygo G90. And I had that problem with the G90 that I noticed on FTA. I could not make a contact to Australia. For the life of me, on 10 meters, I just couldn't, I got heard, but I couldn't I don't know for whatever reason. I don't know what it was. That's I shouldn't apply to this. But I thought about a transmit to maybe. Oh, what happened was I can't hear him. When you want to make any contact, they gotta hear you, but you gotta hear them. So the problem is that his signal, again, the G90 is not a sensitive receiver compared to the Yaesu FT991A. Is a better receiver than the G90. Proof is in the pudding because I can hear. When I look at my FT8, I can see now Australia on my call the call roster every day. New Zealand, Pitcairn Island, Chatham Island, Indonesia. I can see it now. With the G90 is deaf. The G90 is deaf. You know, and I'm using the same end fed. So the same antenna, the Yaesu can pick up those weak signals. The G90 cannot. The G90 cannot. So what he's saying here, he wants to set up a transmit receive switch. He wants to, for example, use the MLA30 for receive. And then, of course, he's going to, and then, he has the G90 on an end fed. And, of course, when he wants to transmit, he's going to transmit on the end fed, but receive on the G90. Receive on the MLA30. And I thought about that. I thought about, at some point I would like to have a setup like that. But the G90 it gets out. The G90 it does get out even at 20 watts. It gets out. I get hurt on the G90, but it's deaf when it comes to receiving. There is a limit, and it's deaf. It's deaf. Like Australia would not be on my core roster. Japan does come in. Japan does come in. But Australia, unless I had a very strong, not even Australia. And that part of the world, it was, the G90 cannot, for whatever, it was just deaf. So I get what he's saying. So Daniel, CEO, I'm going to say Daniel Colopi 5665. I transmit receive switch. I think MFJ makes one. I thought about at some point I'm thinking about getting one. I would like it to be automated. I think it's automated. You don't do because I can't do manual switching. I'm gonna forget and I'm gonna blow out my receive antenna. So I wouldn't recommend manual switching. I believe there is a way where you could switch it. I don't know if it uses a relay. I'm not an expert on all those people. You could chime in and tell me what you suggest. A transmit receive switch that's automatic. So, for example, in the receive portion, he wants to have the MLA30, and of course he wants to do the copper loop mod and all that. And then, of course, his transmit antenna is an end fed. So I thought about that, Daniel. I really thought about that. Because that's the issue that I have with the G90. It is not a very sensitive when it comes to receiving. It is not. Because on FTA, I did notice that even South America, like Argentina, all the way down. When you go down to Argentina, the G90 does not perform as a receiver. It does not perform. It's good. It's just not a Yaesu FT991A. And now that I have the Yaesu, I see the difference between a $400 plus transceiver and a $1,200 transceiver. This is a much better receiver. Because even when I do the shortwave band, I did one a week ago. Not a week ago. Actually, yesterday was when A couple of weeks ago, I was tuning in on the Far East Broadcast Corporation, FEBC, coming from the Philippines. I never heard that signal. I have never heard that. I tried several radios over the years. I never heard the Philippines on shortwave until the Yaesu, until I got my Yaesu. So this Yaesu is a great receiver also on shortwave. So definitely, so if anybody could recommend a transmit receive switch, please post it in the comment or post it in the live chat if you happen to see, if I'm still on. Please let me know because I would like to know. I'm looking into a transmit receive switch for my G90. This one is fine. My Yaesu is good. It's good. But my G90, because I would like to hook up my MFJ. My MFJ is a great loop antenna receive. It is the best one that I have, the MFJ T86. So I would like to set up my G90 to the MFJ, but a transmit receive. So that way, I can pick up the weak signal, 20 watts, and because that's the issue he's having. But he's using RTL SDR for receive only. I don't know how sensitive the RTL. I mean, I do have RTL SDR with the. It's good at shortwave. It's not one of these. RTL SDR is okay, but it's not one of these. This is a big step up compared to the RTL SDR. So he said he wants to use the RTL SDR receive only on the laptop. So yeah, RTL SDR on shortwave is not that good. It's okay. It's okay. Plus, it's noisy. So you're gonna have issues with that. So I wouldn't even recommend RTL. I mean, well, RTL SDR. Yeah, I wouldn't. Not for RTL SDR is for RTL SDR for VHF UHF is good. RTL SDR for VHF UHF is good. It's good enough. It's good enough. I'm not gonna knock it. It's good enough. But for HF, no, it's not that good. It's okay, but it's not that good. Especially if you're gonna use it to make amateur radio contacts. So we're talking about single sideband, and all that. Nah, I would at least get this guy. I will at least get this guy. The S-Spy HF Plus Discovery. I will get this guy, or I would just get an SDR Play RSP1B. SDR Play RS1B. Yeah, SDR Play RS1B. That's the newest one for the entry level. SDR Play is the 1B now. It used to be the 1A, but they upgrade now it's 1B. I will get that one. Or if you can get an older one like this one, like the RSPA 1A, you can get it somewhere cheaper. You can get one of those. But the RTL SDR is not that good when it comes to HF. I mean, it's okay. But it's not gonna be, especially for the G90. I don't know. I mean, yeah, you could try it out, I guess, but I'm gonna answer that question with a couple of, yeah. So definitely a transmit. Yeah, I like the idea, but definitely the SDR part is I would not use the RTL SDR for HF. No, I'm not a fan of it for HF. But VHF UHF it works fine. It does a pretty good job. It's good. But for HF, you're going to be using it for HF listening. I will get something like this or something like this. Or, the older entry level one. I have the RSP1, the original one. That one still works very well on an HF. RSP1A, so you can get those cheaper, excuse me. Or the 1B, RSP1B. Get that, and that's it. But the RTL SDR, that's the only thing from the question there. The gist of it, you're on the ball about that. You're right about that. But I would not use the RTLCR for HF listening and trying to make contacts on that, and so you can get contact, because the performance is not that good on the RTLCR on HF. Because the first thing you have to do on HF is you're gonna have to do that. What they call that? The Q thing, the Q. I forget what it's called. But in my case, I don't even have that. I have the up converter, so I don't do anything. I just have to do the offset on the SDR. But you see already, there's a few steps you have to do, and the performance is not that good. As opposed to just spending a few more dollars and get our RSPDX, rather than deal with all that RTL SDR, I would just get a few more, spend a few more bucks and get the RSP 1A or the 1B, or get this one. Black Friday, I think they still have a sale on this. I know Michael just bought his a few days ago. And you're gonna be a lot happier with this, because it's a lot more sensitive to pick up those signals, and then you'll see them. Yeah, something like that. And hello, Different Gear TV. I hope you're doing well. Happy Friday to all. Happy Friday. Yeah, it's just you in the chat right now. Everybody else is already gone. So Daniel, so that's definitely, I can relate to that. My G90, definitely for receiving, is not the best receiver. It does a good job getting out when you transmit on 20 watts. It does get out, but receiving, it is kind of a little, when you want to go way out there, I notice it is a little deaf. Because that was my frustration with making contacts into the Pacific, is that the G90 they will hear my transmission, but I couldn't receive theirs. It was below. It was below. I mean, I'm talking about 10 meters. I'm not talking about 20. I'm talking about 10 meters. That was my issue. And of course, antennas and all that. That helps when you learn more about antennas, as I'm learning. So yeah. So another comment here is about how to upgrade the Quangshan UV K5 using Exumer version 0.22. And this person wrote clear instruction. I like it very much. Thank you, Jewel. Xenon 9984. Thank you for that comment. I really appreciate it. So thank you for that. And another question was, if you get any inside info on the future of KYW/WPHT and any other Audacity Philadelphia stations, let me know ASAP. I wish I could tell you, but I'm not. I don't know these things, because she's replying. It looks like a woman, but it says Julius May. Looks like a woman. Julius May 8712. This is about the WCBS 880 when it ended programming after 6 decades in August. Of course, I made a video about that, the last hour of WCBS radio. Of course, that is an Odyssey station. Of course, for those of you that don't know, WCBS 880 is no longer on the air. Odyssey, finally, sold off or leased the frequency to ESPN. And WCBS is no longer, News Radio 880 is no longer on the air. They even changed their call sign and everything. So she's asking me if KYW or WPHT is next on the chopping block. Well, I don't know. I can't tell you that. Although Odyssey, like I said before, and I'm going to say it again, their stock was in trouble. And I knew this for the last year and a half. I believe they even got to the point where they were going to file for bankruptcy. So, of course, anytime you're going to file for bankruptcy, that means you're in serious trouble. That means you have to liquidate or sell off. You have to liquidate, right? Or sell off. So, of course, And we was all shocked that a big station like WCBS 880 was going offline, and they sold it off to ESPN Radio. So we was very shocked by that. So nothing is off the table. KYW/WPHC might be next. Who knows? I mean, this happened before in other places. Well, I'm not familiar with some of them, but I heard some comments about it that I think KNX, is it KNX out of LA? Might be one of those stations that might, I believe it's a news, all news or whatever format. I don't know what it is. I never heard of it because I don't, obviously I live in New York, but I heard some of those stations, it might go by the wayside. Because remember, the parent company is Odyssey, and Odyssey stock is in trouble. So anything can happen. So I cannot answer that question. I don't have no inside info on it. The news is there's no inside info on it. It's just it's public record that Odyssey stock is not doing well. It's a publicly traded company, and it's not doing well. So they might have to do a few more, how do you say, trimming the fat, get it to the point where it's profitable. And right now it's not profitable. But apparently, the biggest thing about, like for example, I'm surprised that WCBS was on the chopping block, because before this happened, I believe they were still in the top 10 in terms of revenue. So I didn't understand that move, unless the offer from ESPN was so lucrative, ESPN Radio, to make it ESPN Radio, that they just couldn't resist. Because remember, they also own 1010 Wins. So they already had their competitor, they actually owned that station too. So 1010 Wins is just the same format as WCBS 80. Although 1010 Wins it's been around for a lot longer. We're talking about a long time, 1010 Wins. I believe it goes back a long, what is it, 1010 Wins? Probably 80 years, right? Something like that. I don't know. So that's the jewel. That's their flagship news 24/7. WCBS, even though it's 6 decades, 1967. So it doesn't have a long history compared to WINS. So when you see the two, obviously the one that's going to go is this one. Because I believe also WINS is still, I believe it was in the top 10. It's up there in terms of revenue compared to WCBS. They were both, I think, both in the top 10 or something. I don't know, in terms of revenue. So they had to pick one of them. They said, well, which one can we? We got two of the same type of genre. 24-hour news. So we're gonna get rid of WCBS. We're gonna lease that because I think their leasing agreement was so lucrative that they couldn't turn it down. I think the ESPN offer was probably like, we really want that frequency 880, and they were painted in a corner, and they said, well, we already got 1010 Wins, and if we were to shut that one down, people would have burned down the office. So which one we can sacrifice more? And they say, well, okay, ESPN does want 880. Well, let's give them this one. They made it like the sacrificial lamb, basically. The lesser of the two evils. But for me, I think it was a no-brainer that 1010 Wins was going to win, because that one has a longer, rich history. 1010 Wins been around for a long time. I don't want to look it up right now, but if anybody can look it up, tell me. I believe it was over 80 years. 1010 Wins been around, or longer, probably approaching 100 years. Who knows? I don't know, but definitely that one has that one is more synonymous with, news radio. That's the one that had the typewriter in the background, and then they had the teletype. So that one has a rich history of all that. WCBS, yeah, but they started in 1967. So it's not like they go back pre World War II. You understand? 1010 Win's been around forever. It's like a national treasure in terms of radio. So they probably had a great offer from ESPN and said, listen, we can't turn this down. We need the money. So Julius May 8712. I wish I got good news for you, but I don't. I think one of those might go. One of those Philly stations is gonna go because they're gonna get some lucrative offer. Because that's the other thing right now. Sports. I know people say, a sports station, another sports station. You gotta understand, sports stations, especially now in New York, with sports betting legalized here in New York, is big money. It's big money. Sports betting is big money. It's a lot more money than, for example, a local TV, a local business ad on WCBS 880. A local business, for example, a mom and pop restaurant, is not gonna pay a lot more money compared to like online sports betting. We're talking about millions of dollars, probably millions of dollars. They make a lot more money sports betting. Sports betting is a big business now. It's gambling. It's casino. It's a big business, especially in New York. When New York legalized it, that's it. It's big business. It makes the state a lot of money too, right? So because they legalize it, yeah, it's tax here. So there was you can't compete sports betting ad revenue to a mom and pop pizzeria ad. Mom and pop pizzeria is not gonna pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in ads. They're not gonna do that. They just can't. They can't compete with that. So WCBS when they plays those local ads, it's not enough money. So when ESPN made that offer to Odyssey and said, listen, we want that frequency because we're gonna put ESPN local here. And of course, ESPN local, you have all that stuff. You have sponsors like SeatGeek, just buying tickets to events, sporting events. SeatGeek, SeatGeek is a big sponsor for all these things. Of course, your sports betting, they're major sponsors. And of course, you got the alcoholic beverages. That's their sponsor. You know, beer, wine, and spirits. When you got sponsors like that, you can't compete with the mom and pop Italian restaurant and pizzeria. He's not going to compete with alcohol ads, uh, SeatGeek. We're talking about who's the majority of people that listen to sports radio? Men. A lot of men, a lot of young people, a lot of young men. A lot of them drink beer. A lot of them want to gamble. They're going to gamble. They're going to gamble on the game, on the big game. Also, PC Richard is going to sell them the TV. They're going to have the PC Richard ads. You can't compete. Mom and pop Italian restaurant and pizzeria cannot compete with all those advertisers. You see what I'm getting at? So it's inevitable that one of them are going to get the chopping block. It's just a lot more money coming into Odyssey with those type of sponsors ads than mom and pop Italian pizzeria or Joe Schmo plumbing company. It's not gonna. They're not gonna be able to compete with that. That revenue is nothing compared to what they're getting now. You understand? So it's nothing. It's just you can't compare the two. That's where it's at now. You gotta go where the money is at. And the money right now is in sports betting, alcohol. you know, what else? not, you know, mom and pop Italian restaurant and pizzeria here on Boston Post Road in the Bronx. That's not gonna pay the bills for WCBS 880. That's not gonna pay the bills. So that's the reality, you know. It's gonna be MGM sports betting, MGM casino, major sports, major gambling public company. You're not gonna compete with that. You can't compete with that. With those type of ads, you can't compete with it. There's no way you can compete with it. So I'm sorry, Julius. I think there's gonna be more stations in the future that are just gonna get programming's gonna change, or they're gonna go offline. And the look of it is gonna be probably sports. I don't know in Pennsylvania. I don't know if there's sports betting in Pennsylvania. I don't know if it's legal. I don't know. I don't want to look it up. But if there is, you know. Hello, Glenn Dassler from South Carolina. I hope you're doing well. I really enjoyed your previous show. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I'm just going through some comments here and answering questions and comments. Yeah. So somebody put a comment here. Delta Mike 66. I posted a video a few months back. Actually, it's almost a year now. Grundig G8 Traveler 2 digital long wave, medium wave, FM shortwave world time radio WCB WABC 770. I posted a video on that. It was a short. So I guess this person wrote a nice comment. New York with Germany, Grundig radio. Yeah, he loves it. Yep, I love Grundig. The original Grundig radios are great. I love Grundig. Now what Grundig has become now is just a name. Original Germany Grundig radios are the best in the business. They stand the test of time. They are great radios. Anytime you can get an old Grundig radio at a good price, I definitely pull the trigger on that. Great radios. Awesome radio. That particular radio, the GA, it had the rubberized coating. It was sticky. I bought that a few years ago. I think it was at a estate sale, if I remember. It had the rubberized coating, but then a couple of years later, it got sticky. Oh, I hate that sticky stuff. So, you know, you need alcohol wipe or alcohol on a cotton ball, whatever. Alcohol, just keep rubbing it and rub away that rubberized coating, because that thing is horrible. Anything that has a rubberized coating on it, yeah, after a couple of years old, it gets sticky and it's nasty. It's disgusting. So the way you get rid of it is just alcohol wipe. I have alcohol wipes. Let me see what alcohol wipes. My wife gets some from the hospital. Or you can use alcohol, just isopropyl alcohol with a cotton ball or some kind of rag. I can't find one for the life of me. Anyway, I can't find the alcohol wipe container. There's a few over there, but there's a bleach. Anyway, alcohol or alcohol wipes, you know, or isopropyl alcohol, IPA, isopropyl alcohol, 80% or whatever, it doesn't matter. 75, whatever, 70%, 89%, doesn't matter. And just work it in there, work it in there, work it in there. It's a little bit of elbow grease, especially when you get into cracky crevices. But get rid of it, and now it looks beautiful. It's shiny black now, plastic. I got rid of all that rubberized crappy coating. Ugh, disgusting. I don't have it here. That radio's upstairs, I believe. Let me see if it's no, it's upstairs. Anyway, I hate that rubberized coating. Ugh, disgusting. So yeah, so anyway, Delta Mike 66, thank you for that comment. And really appreciate it. Excuse me. Let me see where I'm at with the FT8. I'm sorry. Okay, stop. Yeah, stop, of course. All right. Let me do that. Enable TX. Sorry. Okay, let me open this back up. Excuse me. All right. Donald Erickson SI8WW. He made a comment about the Motorola. Talk about T5950 FRS GMRS handheld transceiver and walkie-talkie. It's this one right here. I made that a few months back. Actually, a year ago, I think it was, when I made that video. The Motorola. So I made a video on that. And that's his comment there. So let me read it. Let me read it. Let me see. I want to make sure it's not. I'm gonna read it. Let me see, not verbatim, but anyway, because he wrote a bunch of stuff. Every FRS GMRS radio built in the states, in the U.S., operate on a half a watt transmitter, given the range of about 12 blocks. Yeah, it's about a half a watt. It's how much? Yeah, half a watt. About 12 blocks. That's actually, you being generous. It's not 12 blocks. Not this one. This one, for example, yeah, maybe if it's line of sight and there's nothing, no buildings, yeah, about 12 blocks, maybe. But not here. When my son, what happened was my son, he saw that radio, the little yellow. I got a pair of those. Well, they will give it to me from when I bought my Grundig 800 on Craigslist. The guy sold it to me. He threw in those walkie-talkies for me. He said, "Here, you can take these too." So he just threw it in there for free. So my son was looking at it one night and he said, "Can I use it?" And I played. No, he kept looking. I said, "You want to use it?" So I put the batteries in there. I said, "Yeah, this is we can talk." So I had it on channel 1 and he had channel 1. It's an FRS radio. So me, anything that can get my son to get interested into radios, I'm going to encourage him. So I said, "Son, I'm going to go to the store, to the grocery store, and you stay here." Of course, I didn't leave him alone. Now my brother was upstairs. So people, please don't say that I let them all alone. And then I leave him all alone. My brother was already upstairs in his room. So I went to the grocery store like 3 blocks away. So me and him are talking, and then he was like, "Oh, it's cool." So he enjoyed it. And so this video was, I said, "You know what? I'm gonna make a video of me and you talking." So I was in the basement and he was upstairs. So that's the video. So the guy was commenting about that. And other things, just signal may bounce off of anything between radios. I know his spelling is not the best. I know, as I wondered around YouTube correcting people's reading, I wondered around YouTube correcting people's reading. Well, first of all, you shouldn't correct people's reading. That's your, don't try to correct people's reading. Some people don't understand if it's like I didn't know off the top of my head it was a half a watt or whatever, a watt, whatever, half a watt, whatever. Like that, I don't really care about that. But I guess to him, maybe I don't know. You know how some people want to, well, he's wrong, let me correct it. No, so he admitted that he likes to correct people. Yeah, please don't do that. But anyway, to each his own, whatever. Around YouTube correcting people's reading, the box full of sales hype and misleading company chatter. His spelling is not the best, to be honest. Why I do know Owen Brand, XX Radio, FFG system. Oh my God, it's horrible spelling. So, radio top 5 watts and 6. Okay, forget. And there's your 20 miles. Okay, so he just put some. I guess he's just trying to enlighten me about something. Anyway, okay, well, thank you. Moving on. Update on my Uniden Bearcat BCT 15X scanner. Radio and your questions answered. So if somebody wrote, you probably pick up a lot of crap if you put your antenna in the bathroom. And then he put a laughing face. So I guess he was trying to be funny. So I guess if I want to listen to a lot of crap, I should put my antenna in my bathroom. I don't find it funny. I'm sorry, it's not funny. Then he puts a laughing face with the tears. Like he's actually funny. So I get it. Oh, you want to listen to a lot of crap? Just put the antenna in the bathroom. I wish I can play that. Do, 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 do. So I guess he failed. He failed at being funny. Yep, he failed. All right, moving on. Amazon list review of the SX Data D328 FM AM shortwave DSP 12 band receiver. This is a radio I got a few years ago from Two Hands on the Radio. Has sent me this radio for you know, he sent me the radio as a gift, but also he wants to see he wanted me to review the radio. So Gary, Two Hands on the Radio, sent me this radio. So this guy wrote, his name is Airwolf 1987. Say hi to Two Hands on the Radio for me. He is a great guy and very sad that he turned off comments. He's actually done really good reviews. I am going to appraise him for his loyalty on his shortwave radio reviews. I am from Australia and people don't do reviews here, which is very upsetting. I felt bad for Two Hands on the Radio when he mentioned about the criticizing he coped from people. I really felt sorry for him. On that note, you also are a great reviewer, and I love watching your videos. Well, thank you, Airwolf 1987, for the kind words. And yeah, Two Hands on the Radio. He does do. I enjoy his reviews. He is funny. He's quite of a character. That's why really more. That's why I gravitated to him, because he's a funny guy. He enjoys his comments. But the part about that he had to deal with people, well, in my opinion, he dealt with it the wrong way. I would not give people time of day about that. I have every YouTuber here has a block button. I use my block button. I block people all the time. I don't put up with it here, nor my live stream. I have people with wrenches here. If anybody comes in here and acts up, they get bopped and they're gone. They never come back. Same thing on my comments. I don't mind criticism. Do it properly. Don't come in here try to troll, or you'll be gone. You'll be banished from my kingdom. In my channel, I am God. I am the king. I am the king bee, or whatever you want to call it. I'm the big cheese in my channel. If somebody posts a stupid comment, I don't like it, I block them. That's it. Don't deal with them no more. And he didn't do that. And when you give too much attention to trolls, you know what you're doing? You're feeding more trolls to come in, as opposed to just cut it off right away. And that's what I do. I have a zero tolerance here. Everybody in my chat group knows they enjoy their chat here. I never put up with idiots in here. And that's what he didn't do. He let it get to him. Me, I don't let things get to me. I don't care. I never had a comment yet about it, but I know one day I'm going to have a comment about my appearance or whatever. I don't care about that. Before I started doing live streaming, I thought about that. And then I got to the point in my life and said, you know what? I'm not going to care about my appearance. I'm 58 years old. I'm 58 years old. I'm about 270 plus pounds. Yeah, I put on some weight. I'm still healthy. Do I have a beautiful award-winning smile? No, I don't. But I don't care. You get to that point in life where you say, you know what? People don't like who you are. It's not my problem. It's their problem. And that's what he failed at. He let people bother him. And he told people about it. When you tell people that everything bothers you, guess what? You're going to invite more people that want to bother you. So, I really wish he turned on his comments and just don't let those people, if they leave a comment like that, you block them. That's it. They're not allowed to leave another comment. If they make an account and they come in the account, you block that account. My ban list is this long. It's a lot longer. A lot of it is because of one idiot that he comes in here all the time. But I banned his ass so many times, he doesn't come in here no more. He's an idiot. That's how I deal with that. There's no. I give people one chance. After that, you're gone forever on my channel. That's it. That's how I deal with it. You know, now if you were, and that's another thing I'm going to bring up real quick. If you're worried about the number of subscribers and you start saying, oh, I don't want to lose, I want to be kind to everybody because I don't want to lose them as a sub. Me, I always say it all the time. What I say all the time, people, I don't care if you leave my channel. Then you're not, if you can't handle what I say in this channel, you shouldn't be watching me because I don't want people like you here. I make it clear here that I don't want sensitive people here. I don't want stupid people here. I got the smartest people in the world in my chat room. You know why? Because they understand me. They understand my satire. They understand, and they're not sensitive. That's why I love my chat room. They're the great. I'm blessed with having the great. I'm blessed that I have the greatest people in my chat room all the time. I don't have a bunch of wussies in my chat room. They get it. And when problem with him, he's worrying about, maybe he's worrying about, oh, I don't want to lose users. I don't want to lose subscribers. No, be you. And if they don't like you, that's their problem. And that goes with everything in life. Everything in life is like that. If you let people, if you let people dictate you, because you're afraid they're not gonna like you, and you're gonna be one miserable person. You gotta learn how to live in your skin and accept who you are. And that's a big problem. It's not YouTube, it's everywhere in life. A lot of people are afraid to be who they are. And that, I think that's his big problem. I don't want to sound like a psychiatrist or a psychologist. And he's a funny guy. He's a smart guy. He's an engaging guy. But he let that one thing bother him, and it's negative comments. And these are keyboard warrior people. You don't even know these people in real life. You should never. I tell people that if you're gonna have a channel and you're gonna shut off comments, your channel is never gonna grow. That's like putting the death nail on your channel. Your channel's gonna grow to a certain point, and people are gonna say, "Okay, this guy's too sensitive. He's too sensitive, whatever." And that's, and I wish he will open up his comments again. And just deal with it in a way like a lot of people would deal with it. I know that's what I did, zero tolerance. I said, no, you're going to come on my channel, you're going to behave. If you leave a stupid comment, I'm not even going to reply to it because I don't have time. That's another thing. I don't have time to reply to every stupid comment. You're just going to get banned, and that's it. That's it. If you're waiting for me to, take my time to reply to a comment, counterpoint, that type of, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. Listen, I'm 50 years old. I have a limited amount of time to deal with stuff. I just go, it only takes me one click. One click and you're gone from my channel. And that's all I do. I don't want to hear, because some people, I like that they're afraid of losing subscribers. Not me. I say it all the time when I come in here. If you don't like what I do, leave. I don't care. For every person that leaves, I get 2 more people coming in. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You got to think about it like that. You're getting rid of the people that, you know what, you don't want them in your life anyway. The same thing in real life. A person that has 5 friends, so-called friends, or you have that one loyal friend. I want to have that one loyal guy. I don't want to have 10 people that are sensitive, that they don't understand anything, that they're dumb, and whatever. I can't deal with that. I don't want that. I'd rather have that one guy that he gets me, he understands me, he got my back, I got his back. That's what you want in life. You don't want fake people around you. I don't want to lose my subscribers. And that's what happened. He fell victim to that. I know I'm going on a rampage about this comment, but I want you to understand that. And I agree with you, Airwolf, 1987. You know, he does a great review, and he's funny. He's very engaging when he doesn't let those things bother him. But the minute he let those things bother him, it ruined his channel. And then he went offline for a while. Have he would not went offline, his channel would have been a lot bigger. His channel would have been a lot bigger. I'm gonna say his channel would have been way bigger than what it is now. And the fact that he still doesn't allow comments, that just hurts his channel. And I'm the first one gonna say I'm not gonna hold back on it. I'll be honest with you. And you remember, some of you guys remember that I went to bat for him, and I kept asking him to come back. I kept asking him to come back, and when he came back, I was glad that he came back. But the problem was when he came back, instead of him coming back the way he did before, he came back with the comments closed. And that, I said, you know what? You might as well just shut down your channel and don't be so sensitive. Don't be sensitive. Don't be sensitive about that stuff. You know what? You gotta battle that stuff first. And I don't like talking about other channels about that, but I'm answering his question. I'm answering Airwolf 1987 question. And you know, he said he's sad that you turn off the comments. I agree with him. He should not turn off his comments. But that's who he is. That's what he's going through. And I don't know what. And we all got issues that we're going through. But you know, you can't let it. I got my own personal stuff I deal with, and I talk about some of it here. But I'm not gonna let some stupid idiot keyboard warrior. If anything, I'll leave the comment up so people can laugh at him for a few days. Then I'll block his ass. That's what I would do. I use that as material. I've done that here on the live stream. I had done that here on the live stream when people call me some name, and I'll use that as material for the next hour or 30 minutes or whatever. I remember I was doing the election thing. Somebody called me a Nazi. You know, that doesn't bother me. I don't care. I don't take it personal. I don't care. Even if it bothers that person, that's it. That's not dumb. You know? Their problem is not your problem. Remember that line, people. Their problem is not your problem. You know? You have a channel. You enjoy your channel. And that's another, by the way, it's another thing. Maybe he didn't understand that. Anytime anytime you are on YouTube, you are a public figure. Whether you like it or not, you just signed up for that. Right now, I am a public figure. I am a public figure. Of course, I'm not famous. I'm not famous. If I walk in an airport, 99% of you guys are not going to recognize who I am. 99.9%, nobody's going to recognize who I am. But I'm a public figure in terms of now, if people Google me, you'll find stuff. You'll find not only this channel, you'll find all my other social media now. So yeah, I'm a public figure. I know what I signed up for. If you're not comfortable, by the way, if you're not comfortable with being a public figure, then you shouldn't be doing YouTube. That's it. Okay? And I'm not talking about showing your face. I'm just talking about that. Because I did that early on. I did show my face early on. Within about a few months after I did my first video, I showed my face. So I didn't hide myself. But if you don't want to show your face, I get it. Some people just don't want to do it. That's fine. But you're still a public figure. Don't think you're not. You always, so you have a channel and you have the success that, because when he left the first time, he was approaching I think he was approaching 5,000 subs when he left. And this is years ago. So imagine where he would have been at now. Had he would have never left, who knows where he would have been at now. But when you let a few people, I'm gonna go one more thing about it, and I'm gonna move on. One more thing, people. When your main tagline is, when you let the I forgot what number, the 1% ruin it for the 99%. What's the exact line that he said? You see, when you subscribe to that message, you're doing it all wrong. Me is the opposite. I'm not gonna let that 1% ruin the 99%. I'm sorry. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. I got great people on my live stream. If that 1% guy comes in here and he tries to sound like a smart ass, guess what's gonna happen to him? I'm gonna bounce his ass out of here so fast. That's it. Because I'm not gonna let that smart ass know it all, whatever thing. Now I don't care. I'm gonna bounce his ass out of here. Because you know what? He doesn't understand what I'm trying to do. That's it. It's not a pissing contest here. I get comments like that. Like, oh, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Well, I never claimed I was an expert on it. Snap ahead. You see what I'm saying? So, but if it triggered you that enough to do that, then you know what? I don't want you in my as an audience. If things trigger you to the point where you have to write something like that, then you have issues. Then that person has issues on their own. They probably go around in life correcting everybody. If they go around correcting everybody, I don't want that person in my life anyway. I don't want you in my life. I don't want you in my audience. I don't want you in my live stream. I don't want people like that. I don't want you in my comments. Because I don't care for it. I don't. You know, I don't care. You know, like when I said the other day about the DMR guy, every time he talks to somebody, he opens up his line with, well, I've been a ham for 60 years. Like, what that got to do with anything? I don't care if you've been a ham for 60 years. I don't care about that stuff. But when you open up a line like that, you already sound like you're know-it-all. You're a know-it-all, and what you're doing, you're nobody. You only been a ham for 2 years. You only been a ham for 2 years. You know, I can't be around people like that. I just can't listen to them. I can't deal with them. I don't want to deal with them. I'm not going to deal with them. They're going to be bounced off this channel. That's it. And that was his mistake. He let everybody bother him. And that's why he went offline. He took his channel with him. He took his ball. You know, I'm gonna say I'm sorry. I'm gonna say it. If it offends him, I'm sorry, or anybody else. He took his ball, his toy, and went to another playground. That's what he did. He let them win. Because he had that momentum going to, right now he could have been at 20,000, 30,000 subs. Who knows where he would have been at? He would have been a lot higher right now. But he let a couple of idiots behind a keyboard ruin his channel. Not only ruin his channel, ruin the reputation of the channel, because people are always going to perceive that as, okay, this guy's too sensitive and he gets triggered on every little thing that, and he goes offline. And if people want to go after you, you put a bigger bullseye on you when you give them what they want. And me, I don't care. You come out here, you act up, you're gone. That's it. Don't care. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're the owner of a channel that has 100,000 subs. If you come in here, you act up, you're gone. That's it. There's zero tolerance. I don't care. You know, that's it. If you comment, and I had a couple of people comment that they have bigger channels, they commented on my channel. This is when I first started my channel. Oh, you shouldn't post that because that's a disservice to I blocked them. I said, no, you're not going to come in here. You're not going to come in here and bully me. You're not going to come in and bully my channel because I just started this channel and you're at 5,000 subs. Whatever. No, you're not going to bully me. Block. Get out of here, bro. Now, I done that. Believe me. When I first started, I had one. I know one particular guy. He came in here and said, I should take down my video. That's a disservice to the ham. I said, no. You're not going to come in. You're not the paragraph this long, my comment. I said, no, you're not going to come in. You're not going to tell me how to run my channel. Bye-bye. And that's it. He was gone. And shortly after that, he shut down his channel. Because he could have handled it. Because he kept doing that to everybody. He was one of those guys that kept correcting everybody. And people got fed up with him. And he wound up ditching his own channel. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. But some people are just not cut out for YouTube. I'm here live. I'm open up here. I'm an open book right now here. I've been out for 3 hours. Yesterday I was out for 5 hours. I've been out for 8 hours in the stream. Ain't nobody does it like me here. Ain't nobody doing it like me here. I don't care what anybody say. Ain't nobody doing what I'm doing this time. I'm out here. My face is here. I've been out here. I could hold on. I could hold down the chat room for hours. Okay, so there you go. So it's unfortunate, Airwolf 1987, that he's like that. He's a funny guy. He has great potential. He could his channel. I swear to God, he went offline for a couple of years, whatever happened with his hiatus, and he would have not bowed down to these people, these trolls. He would have been sitting on a nice big fat channel right now. His channel would have been like 30,000 plus. I believe it. But the fact that he let a few knuckleheads bother him, that's what happens. And you can't fall for that. That's why I tell everybody out there that has a channel, don't let people, if you see a stupid comment, don't even engage them. Block them. That's it. They're not going to come back. They're going to go to the next person. And if he comes up with another account, block that one. That's it. That's all. It takes one click. That's it. Bye. So he might have taken him 10 minutes, 15 minutes to think about who he wrote to you. It only takes you 1-2 seconds to end that nonsense. Click. There you go. Bye. Then the desire for him to keep on bothering you is going to diminish so fast. You'll say, you know what? I didn't get to this guy. So let me go pick somebody else. That's what trolls do. They're not going to hang around here because they're not going to win here. But that's what happened to him. They beat him. He wound up taking down his channel and took all his videos down. That's the worst thing to do. That's the worst reaction to do with a troll, is give them ammunition. So there you go. So anyway, thank you for the nice comment there. I try to review. Thank you for calling me a great review. I appreciate it, and you love watching my videos. Thank you. Airwolf 1987. So I went off on a tangent there, but I wanted to make that clear. I hope I answered that question, Airwolf. That you know what? It's unfortunate. He's a funny guy. He's a great YouTube talent and all that. But when you let people get to you, they're gonna get to you because they're gonna. Once you open up that door, that's it. That's it. It's hard to you gotta do a dramatic change within yourself and say, you know what, I'm not gonna deal with this no more. Anybody come in here and do stuff. And I did that from day one. When I decided to do live streaming, I said from day one, I'm gonna have a whole bunch of mods. And I said, the minute anybody acts up in here, I'm gonna lay down the hammer. And I've been doing that. And right now my chat has been very nice and orderly. Because they get it. And also we don't put up with it. I don't put up with it. And they have the license to shut anybody down. I give them carte blanche to shut anybody down if they see that they're annoying or whatever. They have carte blanche. Glenn Nasser, you have an award-winning laugh. Yeah. You know, you just can't let trolls win. If you let trolls win, that's it. If you're gonna let trolls win, then don't be on YouTube. This is the wrong place to be sensitive about trolling. This is the wrong medium. This is the wrong media, social media, to be sensitive. Any social media is you shouldn't be sensitive to trolls. But YouTube especially, yeah. You know? Don't. Risk Addiction RC. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. It sounds like, yeah, Risk Addiction RC. He's commenting about how to upgrade the Quanshan UV K5 X Zoomer Edition 0.22. And his comment is, hey, how is it going? I'm new to the hobby. I have a UV K5 and I put it in flash mode. Clicked on everything in the box and it says it's not transmitting. and ask if it's hooked up. I tried different USB port, but no, I guess he put no luck. It's supposed to be, he put no luck, but any ideas or I'm doing something wrong? Well, I can't help you. Like I'm not gonna troubleshoot something that you're doing. I just can't. I'm not gonna go there. The mod is very easy. It is a very easy mod. I made my video very easy to understand. One thing you do need is you do need the right cable. If you don't have the right cable, it's not gonna work. Now I don't have it here, the coin chain. I made it clear in that video. Before you even hook up the cable to the coin chain, you have to put the coin chain in what they call DFU mode. DFU mode. So I don't have the coin chain, and I'm not going to show you with another way. I'm just going to, for example, I know with the coin chain, before you even plug in the wire, what you have to do is you have to hold down the PTT button and turn it on. So while you're holding the PTT button, you turn it on, then the radio is going to go into DFU mode. Just like when you're trying to remember the iPhone when you had a jailbreak it and something like that, you gotta press something and hold it while you. So the same thing with the before you do that mod, you first have to put your transceiver into DFU mode. It's called DFU mode. So you gotta press the PTT button and hold it and turn it on. You're not gonna see nothing on the screen, but you're gonna have a ready light on. You're gonna have that light on. It's gonna be. I think it's gonna turn. I think it's gonna be red. It's gonna have a red light here. That means that your radio is ready to be flashed. So you gotta do that first. And if you don't do that first, it's not gonna work. That's it. It's not gonna work. And then you hook up the ball frame cable to the computer. Make sure it's on the right port. So you're gonna have to go to device manager, make sure it's the right port, and then you're gonna open up the firmware updater. It's a browser-based firmware updater. When you go to that website, you gotta select the port. It's very simple. So if you already know the port, the COM port, whatever COM port you use on the website, you gotta select the COM port, and that's it. And you just click on the button that says update my firmware, and that's it. And then you'll see it flashing. You'll see the little blinking light of here flashing, and you'll see a progress bar, to say 1%, 2%, all the way to 100. Once it hits 100%, your transceiver is going to reboot by itself. And then you'll see the opening screen, like when you turn on the radio, you'll see like that. That means that your flash went through fine. It's very simple. I made a video very simple. So if you're missing any of those steps, see, like here we're trying different USB port, but no luck. I think you're not doing the DFU mode. You're missing the first part, which I made it clear. Before you even do all that, you got to put your radio. You can't just have your radio on and plug it in. It's not going to work. You have to put your radio into DFU mode. That means it's ready to be flashed. So for that, you have to press the PTT button and turn it on. And that's for that radio. That's how you do it. And you're not going to see the screen on. You're just going to see a light on. I think it's a red light on, if I remember, or a white light. I forget. I think it's a white light. Not red. It's just it's going to be a dark screen, but a white light is going to be on. That means that radio now is in DFU mode. And that's ready to be flashed. That's the only way you can flash that radio. The Quansheng UVK5. You have to put in DFU mode. That's it. Now, using another software like Chirp, if you hook up the Quansheng to Chirp, you don't have to do DFU mode if you're going to update it. I'm not talking about the firmware. I'm talking about like if you're going to update the records and all that, you just turn on the radio and plug it in. But that's different. When you're dealing with the firmware at the firmware level, your radio has to be in DFU mode. Well, that radio has to be in DFU mode. Okay, so you're doing something wrong. You're probably not doing the first step correctly. And if you don't do the first step correctly, nothing's going to work. Nothing's going to work. I hope I answered that question. Risk addiction RC. I guess he likes risk items. I don't know. And then somebody commented on his thing. Steve McFarland 2582. Same as me. Any updates or they have eliminated this upgrade? Site says Ensure Radio is connected in flash mode. See? But he's answering his question. You got to make sure that your radio is in flash mode or DFU mode. That's flash mode. Otherwise, it's no go. That's what he wants. But it is no go. So if you don't put it in flash mode, nothing is going to work. You can't just decide, oh, it's not going to work. I can't get my radio in flash mode. Let me just have the radio on. And no, it doesn't work that way. You have to put your radio in flash mode. That's it. Okay? Tasso, I'm listening here, Danny, and I will go pick up lunch soon. But I have you all. Thank you. I appreciate it. Tasso, I appreciate it. And let me see the local time. It's 1 o'clock. Wow, 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. local time. Let me minimize this. Let me enable TX here. Let's see. Aruba is on right now, but I don't really want to contact her. All right. And so I'm just going to do. I'm just going to do some Q&A right now. And thank you for the likes, people. Smash the like button and share my stream. If anything, share it anywhere. I don't care. Share it in our Facebook group. Share it in our Facebook page. I don't care. Share it everywhere. Share it in Reddit. Share it in, I don't know. What is it? Discord. You have a Discord? Throw it in Discord. Throw my link in Discord. Whatever. Anyway, Matthew, no, okay, yeah, so I'm not going to answer that one. Of course, no Yankee stream. Yeah, I didn't want to stream anyway. That night, I remember. Let me see what else we're doing. Let me see. All right. Yeah, let me answer this question. No, I don't know. He's more like a comment than a question. This is about the. Where's that antenna? It's right there. Anyway, I'll bring the antenna over. Sierra Victor 2, Charlie Zulu Foxtrot AM ferrite antenna review comparison with other AM loop antennas. I made that video of I think three years ago now, whatever it was. Is this antenna right here? If I have it right here, I think it's right here. There you go. Is this antenna right here? So this is an AM ferrite. So this is for medium wave ferrite antenna. Okay, you have the tuning knob right here, and it has a 3.5 millimeter jack right there. Okay, you can still get this on eBay. I believe the original maker of this antenna, he passed away a couple of years ago. He passed away, but his family, I think, is still. I think they have somebody now that's helping out the family, and they're still making this antenna. They're still making them. They're still selling them. I haven't checked recently, but I know they were sold out for a while. But I believe that the family is still carrying on the. But anyway, so he passed away a couple of years ago. That was a call sign. Sierra Victor 2, Charlie Zulu Foxtrot. And he's from Greece. He's Greek. Okay, sure. I can't focus right there. I'm hard to focus. Anyway, my hand is shaking too much. And I have a cuticle right here that's annoying. Annoying. There you go. I got it out. Sorry. All right. So let me read his. So he wrote, I am disappointed that the 3.5. Yeah, I am disappointed that the 3.5 millimeter jack didn't work well. I don't know what cable you use. Might a high quality cable, maybe shielded help. I honestly don't know much about radios in general. I recently only found out about inductance. I always thought buying a radio with an external AM jack was guaranteed to be better since they are rare. That may not be the case. If inductance works better, what do you think after doing these tests? Well, if you don't understand the question, I'll say it in layman's terms. I haven't found much of a difference. For example, for example, when I use this antenna, let me bring a portable radio. Let me explain it more, and let me just get any portable radio here. Let me just bring. I'll just bring this one. Yeah, I'll bring this one. I'll bring this one. So what he's asking is, have you noticed, for example, this radio, right? I'm medium wave. Does it make a difference if I hook this up to, well, this one doesn't have, see, that's the thing about this. This connector is optional. Not all radios can use this. Okay, so like, for example, this radio on medium wave, this does not have a medium wave external antenna. There's no medium wave external antenna. So this antenna only want to work if by inductance. Okay, that means, place it next to it. All right? Place it next to it, and I'm going to have it like on a where's my thing at? Anyways, around there. I'm going to have it like sitting on top of the, inside here, there's a ferrite, right? So you're going to do inductance. So the reason why this 3.5 millimeters here is for radios that have this as an external antenna. Like the Qdosin DX286. The Qdosin DX286 has an external antenna connector. So I don't have to have this near my radio. I can have it a little bit on the side, and you run the cable to your radio. This radio, for example, doesn't have an external. So this radio, I have to do the inductance. He's asking, does it make a difference between using the inductance and the cable? And I'm going to say the answer is no. If I were to use a cable, the only reason why I use the cable is, for example, if I want the antenna to be a little further out, where I can move it around, and maybe have the radio here, but I can have the antenna moving around or whatever, somewhere, more for convenience. But he's asking me if the performance, I haven't noticed that the performance diminishes if you use the cable. It's more for convenience. Okay, so for example, a radio like the Qdosin DX286, when I had it outside, I could put this on top. It works just as, so it doesn't, to me, it didn't matter if I use the wire or the inductor. It works about the same. There's no performance difference. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's see, I'm stuck in my tooth there. So I didn't notice any performance difference. Okay. And then for the wire for this, any 3.5 millimeter jack work fine. I usually use the one that came with the Texan AN200. The Texan 200, I believe that one is, let me see if I have one here. So I don't have one here. Oh, let me use this cable. I'll use it as an example. I just need to use it as an example. So you see, for example, this is the 3.5 millimeter connector. But what you notice right away, I don't know if you can see it there. It's stereo, right? It's 1, 2. There's 1, 2. So I don't think it really matters. If you get the one that has 3 of them, it might matter, but I don't think it matters when you plug it in there. It still should work fine. I think the one with the Texan AN200, I think it only has 1. It only has 1, right? So maybe, I don't know, maybe using the stereo one, but I found it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make any difference. If you use one that has 2, you see the 2 channels, because it's gonna make contact with this one anyway. I don't think it really matters if you use a single. I don't think it matters. It might, I don't know, but But the cable that I use, the one that I use, is a single one that came with the AN200, with the Texan AN200 loop, like and the Turk loop. That one, they came with a wire. That's the one I use. So if you're using a double one, maybe you might want to get one with the single. You know. So same thing with the Texan PO360. That's the one I have. You know that antenna when you plug it on the top, the ferrite. I noticed that connector only has one. You know, if I put the finger, I'll cover it. It only has a single black stripe. It only has a single black stripe. So maybe you're using the stereo one like this, and maybe that's. But for me, performance didn't make a difference. I didn't see I did not notice any difference in performance. So for me, it was more convenience that on some radios you can use an external wire and connect an antenna like this, or even a Texan AN200. You don't have to have it right next to the radio if you could connect the wire. It's more for convenience, you know. You don't have to put the antenna right on it. So you're using, you know, you're still doing the inductance, but you're going through the external connector. So I don't think it matters. I usually don't use the wire because my experience with DXing, if the signal is there, you're going to get it. If the signal is there, you're going to get it regardless. You understand? So if the signal is, like I'm going to say one more, if the signal is there, you're going to get it regardless. So whether the wire connected to the radio, and this radio, you can't use it anyway. You're going to have to do the inductance anyway. So to answer your question, since you say you're disappointed on 3.5 millimeter jacks didn't work well, I think either one, maybe that wire was not, maybe it was a faulty wire. Maybe that 3.5 millimeter. Now, of course, I can't tell you if this jack is this. My jack works properly. I don't know if yours doesn't work properly. Maybe something wrong with your jack, the jack itself. But I don't use this, or even on a bigger radio with the connector. I don't even use this jack that often. I usually put in inductors, and it works for me. I think I find it because I could see it. You know, and I look at my SB, I can see it right here, and I can tune it right here. And I usually have this on a stand, and I have it right next to it, right near it, wherever I try to locate where the ferrite is. I have it right there, and I have it on the stand, and I rotate it. If I have it with a Lazy Susan, I can rotate it also, and I can tune it much better as opposed to having a wire. And say the radio's over here, right? Say the radio's right here, and I have it with a wire, and I can have this antenna over here. I don't feel comfortable doing that anyway. I like to have my inductors right at the radio. You know. Now some radios you don't have I'll give you another example. For example, a radio like this doesn't have a ferrite. So for this radio, you know, it has the whip, right? For this radio, for example, let me hold it properly. I don't want to drop it. For example, this radio does not have a ferrite AM antenna. There's no ferrite in here. It does pick up medium wave, but you need to connect this guy. So in this one, this works if I have an adapter to SMA to 3.5 millimeter, and then I can use it as an antenna, and it works pretty good. It works good. It works good like this. It works good. It works good. Okay. But in this case, it does. In this case, it's worth having the 3.5 millimeter connector because for this radio, is the only way to go. This is the only way I can use it. I cannot put it here and do inductance. It doesn't work because there is no ferrite in here. So this is not going to work anyway. So for this radio, I have to hook it up with the wire. Okay. So I keep saying convenience. So it's more convenient. But in this radio, it is necessary to do this. There's no other way to use this radio with this antenna. There is no other way but the wire. Okay. So either you're using a faulty wire or you're using the one with the either the wire is faulty on yours or the connector itself is damaged. So, but performance wise, doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference. It's more up to the radio when it comes to performance. Actually, it is up to the radio. Okay. So in this case, I think in your case, it's just probably either the wire. There's just try a different wire, and that's it. Or the connector might be damaged. But in terms of performance, inductance, or running the wire, for example, this radio, I don't have a choice. There is no inductance for this radio. In this radio, I don't have a choice in terms of this. I have to do the inductance. But if a radio that I can do inductance and the DX286, Qdosit DX286, I can do inductance or I can connect the wire. I find that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I usually, for convenience, and I already have it on stand, I like to put on the 286, the Qdosit 286. I just put it on a stand. Really like to put my antenna. I like to put this ferrite near my other ferrite. It seems to work the way I want. I get the results that I want. I don't need the wire for that one. I don't need. So I hope that answers your question. So it doesn't really matter. But in your case, it might be your wire might be bad, or worst case scenario, your connector is damaged. Okay. So I hope I answered that question. And thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. I didn't even say his name. JP Voodoo 5522. I love these names. And hello, Chico P Radio 2009. I hope you're doing well. And I see you have no school today due to Professional Development Day today. Oh, cool. No school. All right. I'll be right back. Let me get a bottle of water, and I'll be right back. I'm going to answer this other question. I'm going to have to bring something over here. So let me go get two things. It's upstairs. I don't want to go upstairs and get it now. Oh, jeez. Anyway, I'm gonna have to leave that one open. Let somebody answer that one. But to me, it doesn't really matter. Well, it doesn't matter to a point. But you know what? Let me go get it. I'll just. This guy's making me work today, man. All right. You give me work today, man. I'm gonna answer this question right now. Let me get my water here. Let me get my headphones here. Okay, let me turn on my radio here.
Really want to go to too many rallies, but they will when it's convenient.
Now, did he say specifically which
right? You see what I mean? You see Matt Gates? What is that heat sub from MAGA, that heat access hazard?
I'm going to answer your question because I don't really use them, but here we go. This is medium wave. Okay. All right, there you go. There you go. I never tested it before, so I just did it right now. All right. So question is, Amit that D_K. Does stereo headphone output or mono headphone output on the Kidosa DX286? It is stereo. Okay? Just answer your question there. So the output on this jack is stereo. I tried it on AM medium wave, stereo headphones. So on medium wave, I tried it first. I heard on both channels. And I put it on FM, and I heard FM stereo. Sounds fine. So this radio is FM stereo on the headphone. Okay? I didn't occur to me to do that because I don't use that, but there you go. Oops, so sorry. I don't want to knock it over. So there you go. Okay, Amit, stereo headphone output. There you go. I answered your question on that one. Thank you for the question. There you go. So that's why I had to answer it. You see, I go out of my way to answer questions here. Let me set my alarm because it's already 1 o'clock. Wow, 1:20. For 2:45, I gotta go pick up my son. So let me set my alarm clock just in case I go on to 1 hour and 23 minutes from now. Okay, there you go. And make sure the volume is up. All right. So there you go. So that answers that question. So yeah, Kidosan DX286 headphone output is stereo. Godzilla Kaiju GK. And he's asking a question about the unboxing. I posted this video. He posted a question on it. Unboxing the QFX J220BT AM FM shortwave Bluetooth USB SD MP3 cassette player and recorder. The boombox. So let me bring it over here and I'll answer your question. So he's asking me a question about this radio. So this radio, question is Godzilla Kaiju GK. Where is the rechargeable battery? I'm confused. How do I charge it? Okay, so is it? No, there's no rubber coating on it. No, it's just matte black. So it does kind of feel, but it's not. That's not rubberized. Believe me, that's not rubberized coating. Different gear TV. My DX286 feels like it has a slightly rubber coating on the plastic, which is just worrying. No, it's flat black paint, or flat black plastic color. So it's not glossy black. Elmer Time, next question. Hello, Elmer Time. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. Next question is a woodchuck. If a woodchuck could chuck wood, how much wood can a woodchuck chuck? Okay. So anyway, Yeah, it's a fingerprint magnet. Yeah, that's for sure. And somebody answered the Chris Campbell 9191 in the description. He answered some of it. In the description, Danny said it is two 18650 rechargeable batteries. You can see through the blue plastic covering in the back of it. So yeah. So Godzilla Keiju GK. I'm gonna turn on the light for this one. It's hard to see. Maybe if I turn on this light also. You can see the blue. I don't know if you can see it. If I put it close to the camera, let me see. It's hard to see with this webcam, but maybe I put in an angle. Anyway, they're in here. I guess the lighting here. If I put a spotlight here, you can probably see it. But when you look at it, it's all the way in here. It's deep in here. Is you see this grill? Is in here. There's two 18650 batteries. They're wrapped in a blue plastic. So there's two of them. I'll show you what I mean by that. So when you look through that grill, you're gonna see two batteries like this. These are 18650, but they're wrapped in a blue plastic. Okay, it's uh like a royal blue, this color plastic. You see this blue? You see this blue? What's that? That's like a royal blue. This blue color plastic. You can see it on the radio. When you look through the radio, you're gonna see these two batteries covered in plastic, and then there's a wire. You can see it. You can kind of see it. Anyway, that's the batteries that are rechargeable that are in there. Okay, so there's two of them, and of course here, these are for the D cell batteries, but the batteries are hidden in here. They're in here hidden. Okay, and then the way you charge it is just you use a regular plug, the plug that comes with it. The regular AC plug that comes with it is what charges the radio. Okay, do I have the plug in here? Let me see. No, I don't have it. I don't have it in the compartment. But anyway, the plug that comes with this radio, this plug, that plug, right? You just plug it in, that's it. And then you'll see this light turn. It'll be, if the battery's dead, it'll be red. And it'll keep charging until it turns green. Once it turns green, that means it's fully charged. Okay? So when you're charging it, it's going to be a red light. You keep charging until it turns green. Once it turns green, that means it's fully charged. Okay? So that answers that question. They're hidden in here. They're hidden in here. Two 18650 batteries, and they're wrapped in a blue plastic. So they're connected to the radio, and then the only way you can charge them is by using the AC plug. The AC plug is what charges them. Okay, so these are not removable. Now, if these batteries ever fail in the future, and they can't hold the charge anymore, then you're gonna have to open up the radio and figure that out. But right now, they're in here. I wish I could have made them removable, but they didn't do that. They're in here. You can see through the grill. Okay. So I hope that answers your question. Godzilla Kaiju GK. And thank you for your question. And thank you, Chris Campbell, for answering part of the question, replying to his question. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. And then I'm going to ask a couple of more questions, and I'm done with the Q&A segment. And later on tonight, I'll just thank everybody, and I'll send them a heart comment or something, or I like a thumbs up, whatever thing. Okay, this one is about WCBS 880. Okay, that's irrelevant now because we got this in Harvard Clear. That's about okay. Unboxing the DX8. The DX. Let me take a deep breath. Unboxing the XX Data D220 FM1 FM2 medium wave shortwave pocket radio. All right, so his comment was that shortwave. Okay, it's Victor. It's a VSB Kumar. That's the comment. Shortwave band not nice. No clarity. From Hyderabad, Telangana, India. So he said shortwave band not nice. Shortwave band not nice. You not nice. First of all, it's a $12 radio. Really, it's a $12 pocket radio. And it's only has from I believe 5 minutes. Let me go get it. I'll be right back. Let me go get it. Let me just. Jesus Louise. I appreciate the comment. I appreciate the comment, Kumar. VSB Kumar. D220. He wrote shortwave not nice. No clarity. I want you to look at this radio. I'm not saying anything. It's a $12 radio. I'm going to show you one more time. It's a $12. Notice the band? 5.6 to 22 megahertz SH data. If you buy a radio like this and expect stellar performance, I don't know what to tell you. I don't expect that from this radio. I'm actually surprised that this radio does okay. It does pretty good. So, when you say shortwave band not nice, I'm gonna disagree with you. Shortwave band on this radio is good. It's good. It's good for what it is. Shortwave band on this radio is good for what it is. A $12 pocket radio. Okay? So maybe your expectations were a little too high on the radio like this. Maybe you need to bring down your expectations a wee bit lower. Maybe your expectations are a little too high for this radio. Okay? So shortwave band, not nice, not true. Not true, Kumar. It is good. It's good. When I can hear Radio Romania, Radio Estadio España, WWCR, and all that, it's good. It's good. It's good. I'm gonna say actually it's better than a $50 radio that I have. This is better than a $50 radio that I reviewed over a year ago. And that radio is in the boiler room. I only have that one on WABC. That's it. I don't use much of it. I just have it on one station because it's a $50 piece of junk. $50. That radio, the price was selling. They sent me that radio for review, and I could not recommend that radio for anybody. Yet this $12 radio kicks his ass in every band. So when you say it's not nice, maybe your bar is a little too high on this radio. What's that saying? Opinions are like what? A-holes? We all they're not all the same. So I can't help you there. I'm sorry that you feel bad about this radio. But it's a good radio. I'm gonna say shortwave is still a good radio. It's a good pocket radio. And I will give this away to, if you could get this radio to you could give this radio to someone, for example, that's intimidated by knobs and all that, that they don't want to learn. They don't want there's no big learning curve to learn how to use the radio. Give this to someone like that, like a neighbor, a friend. That all you have to do is turn on this radio and switch the band and just tune. That's it. Now on shortwave, yeah, it is. Is the band a little crowded here? Yeah, you have to tune slowly. That's it. Have the telescoping with and tune slowly, and that's it. It works fine. It works fine for what? It works fine for the price point. It does. It works fine. So especially if you're in India, yeah, you're in India. You should be able to listen to. If you're in India, you should get a lot of shortwave stations over there. A lot more shortwave stations than over here, that's for sure. You live in India, you're probably just not you're tuning slowly, or whatever, or I think your bar is set too high on a radio like this. But I got a radio in the other room that the list price is over $50. I'm not kidding. The list price alone on that radio that they sent me for review is $50. And I couldn't recommend that radio. I couldn't recommend it. It's a horrible radio. There's not too many radios that I bash, but that's one of them. The great Gradio T26. Horrible radio. Okay. This radio blows it away in every band. The only thing about that radio is the way it looks. It looks nice. It has a nice big old display, and that's it. That's it. That's the only selling point about that radio. It has a big old display, big old LCD display. That's it. That's the only good thing about that radio. It has a big LCD display. That's it. But the radio is horrible, and everything else horrible. All right. So I'm sorry that you're not happy about this radio. But maybe your expectation of this radio is too high. Just too high. Just way too high. So I can't help you there. Kumar, thank you for the comment. All right. Elmer time. I do enjoy my DX286. It is a great portable signal, for signal searching and for on-the-go vacation. Yeah, it's a great radio. I love my DX286, and this is my radio when I go on vacation now. I take this one with me for every band. Local FM listening, DXing, medium wave DXing, shortwave listening. I love this radio. This radio is top notch. Top notch. So anywhere I go, travel, or even if I go, for example, even if I go a weekend in New Jersey, I haven't done it in a few years, but if I ever do go in New Jersey and stay over at my sister-in-law's house or spend one night, I'll take this radio with me just to see what I can DX over there. It's a fun radio. It's a good radio, but it's also a fun radio. So there you go. Elmerton, have you noticed that when the included wall wart power device for the Eton Satellite 750, it produces a hash noise on AM and shortwave? I only use this radio on batteries. I heard things like that. I don't know if I ever noticed. Well, I haven't used that radio for a while, but I have mine plugged in. I heard that about the 800. The 800, I heard about that. The Satellite 800, the Millennium. I heard that the power, the wall wart It's hit and miss. Either the wall wart works, or if you get one of those wall warts, it can be very, very noisy. But I haven't had that issue with any of them. They've been fine. I haven't had any issues that I noticed. No, I haven't had any issues. TV Radio 972. Hello. I can't stay too long, but how everyone is doing? I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well. Michael, I hope you're doing well, and I hope you have a great weekend. Happy Friday. And TV Radio 972, just let them know that yeah, exactly. That's another thing. It is a DSP radio. So when when you tune, you gotta go slow. This is not the old, even though it is analog looking dial and all that, it is analog dial. There's no digital. It is not an analog radio, it's still a DSP radio. So any DSP radio, you have to tune a little slower. You can't just fly by, I don't know how you go too fast because this thing is kind of very stiff. You can't just. So yeah, you have to. I think his expectation was too high. That's all it was. Because when you live in India, China is right next door. You know how many Chinese shortwave stations are there? Not only that, the Pacific. What I was mentioning earlier, FEBC, Philippines. You got all these exotic shortwave stations. You're right there in India. You also have, toward the west, you have all the Middle Eastern, African, Eastern Europe. So I don't know. I just think he doesn't. I don't know. Anyway, I can't help you there, sir.
Why you don't put somebody in. Like here's the example. I had Garrett start. He pitched the first 5 innings. Then I took him out for the bullpen. What you're saying is, but Garrett Cole's really good against this batter.
Okay.
I know you think this is.
All right, there you go. I just changed it by mistake. So I was shut to the back. Okay, so there you go. Very good. Yeah. Elmer time. The radio seems to work better above water than below it. That radio is just bad. It's just a horrible radio. And that radio is listed as $50 plus. When they sent me that radio to review, that radio I had high expectation because it was $50. $50. And right away, shortwave it was too wide. Too wide. The bandwidth. It was like crazy. It was like I'm trying to remember, was it 10 kilohertz or 20? It was like 20, no, like almost 20 kilohertz. You can't use it. Our medium wave is like I think it was like the same, like 10 kilohertz. So if I wanted to hear, like for example, if I have it on if I want to hear, for example, 770, I'm tuning the band right on the radio. On 740, I'm already hearing WABC, like barely. By 750, I can hit WABC. That's too wide. That's like wow. So it's unusable. Yeah, it's like 20 kilohertz. I forgot the number, but it's wide. It's too wide. And I was demonstrating it. It's just horrible. It's a horrible radio. For $50, it's a piece of junk. This radio blows it away. This radio will blow it away. This radio blows it away. You want to see in the radio that people, this radio. I bought this radio for $11 years ago. $11. $11. $11. I made a review on this radio. This radio will blow away that piece of crap radio. And that's listed at $50. Okay? This radio. The CS 106. Of course, there's several brands on this radio. This is the Happy brand, but they have it without the brand. I think, what's the other? There's a whole bunch of companies that make this one. CX 106. Okay. Yeah, this radio. So, yeah, that radio is horrible. And then they went and sent me another radio. That one is the same tuning issue. Too wide. But that one at least looks nice. Yeah, the V11, yeah. It's like the Redicus V11. It's the same, it's the same radio. So that radio, they sent me another one, the R10. It's a nice, the radio that's junk, I didn't bring it out here. It's the Gradio T26. So anyway, Gradio sent me another one, a white one. It looks nice. It looks like a big Bluetooth speaker. It's beautiful radio. It's a beautiful radio. The Bluetooth sounds amazing. It even has relaxing tones. Like it has relaxing type sounds. Like it has a waterfall sound. So it has a remote that you can put the relaxing. It sounds nice, beautiful. But the radio portion of it, the AM, FM, shortwave, especially the AM and shortwave, the FM is okay. The FM is fine. Same thing with this radio. The FM is fine. But AM and shortwave, horrible. It's too wide. And you can't, just doesn't work. It just doesn't work for me. It's same thing with medium wave. When I'm tuning on AM, I want to put it on WABC. At 750, it's already playing WABC. So there's no way you can hear like a DXing on that radio because it just can't. It's too wide. It's too wide. Okay, so let me see. Next comment right here. I made a video on the Cobra 19 Ultra 5 CB radio Whistler, CB scanner speaker, and Cobra 2-way radio at Walmart. I made a short video. I was talking about it. So somebody wrote, wow, Rambling Man 23 wrote, sorry. Wow, a strong New York accent there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a New Yorker. I'm a New Yorker. New York. I'm a New Yorker. I was born in Puerto Rico and I was raised in the Bronx, New York. So I'm a New Yorker. What are you going to do? I'm not from New England. I'm from New York. All right. Rambling Man 23. Let me see. Yeah, different gear TV. What is the radio which is junk? Is the Gradio T as in Tango 26. And they sent me that radio a year and a half ago or so for review. And thank you for sending it. It was I made a review on it and I could not give it a thumbs up. I couldn't do it. And then they follow up with that email. They said, we appreciate you being honest. So we're going to send you another radio. And then that one, the same tuning issue. Bandwidth was way too wide. Then after the second radio, they sent me an email saying that we're working on improving the T26. As soon as we make the new version of the T26, we'll send you one for review. I never heard from them again. So I guess they're still working on it. And that's it. After the second radio failed, I think I even said it. I said, please don't send me any more of these radios. If you're gonna send me a radio, make sure it can. The band is not super duper wide because you know, the radio and both radios look nice. They look nice looking radios. They look like very good radios. But when you tune it and you hear that horrible ultra wide band width on it, oh my god, you can't. It's unusable, especially for those prices. Especially for those prices, you know, $50? No, that's way too much. That's way too much. $50? No. So I said it. I said, don't waste your money on this radio. I thought I was not going to hear from them again. And they sent me another one. And then after that one, I said, no, I can't. That's it. So, T Radio 922. I have the one that is branded Tivio or Tivido or Tivdo. I guess you pronounce it Tivdo. Yeah, exactly. They have several brands. They have their, like you said, the Redicus V11, V111, or in your case, it's the Tivio V111. I guess it's the same number. I don't know. So this is the Happy CS106. But it's the same radio. It's rebranded. Now, let me look at the time now. 1:51. Okay, 1:51 p.m. And back here. Elmer time. Well, that's great that they took your word and we'll fix it. Well, yeah, I mean, because they after the second review or the second radio that I reviewed for them, they emailed me and they said, we appreciate your they told me that. They said we appreciate your honesty and we're working on it and we hope. Yeah, they said something like we appreciate your honesty and we're working on fixing the T26. And when we come out with when we come out with an updated model of it, we're gonna send you one for testing and review. And that was it. And I replied to them. I said, thank you for, and that was it. But after that, I never heard from them again. So I don't know if their sales plummeted. I don't know. But I know after I reviewed it, well, I don't know. I don't want to say that. I don't know. Because I before I reviewed that radio, okay? Before I reviewed that radio, I saw a few channels that reviewed that radio and they say they like the radio, but they were not radio related websites. They were just, product review, whatever, mainstream product review. They know nothing about radios. So I was, so I was not, I don't want to say I was the first. I don't want to say I was the first, but I was the first radio review / shortwave listening that actually fully reviewed that radio. And I gave it thumbs down, boom, 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 boom. And I ultimately said, don't buy this radio. Nobody ever did that. Nobody ever did that to that radio. Because I saw a couple of, and I don't want to name the channel. I'm going to give you a hint. He reviewed every radio known to mankind. And he liked that radio. He said it was a good radio. And I was surprised when he said that. I was like, are we talking about the same radio? Are we talking about the same radio? So, yeah, because he does get a lot of radios from a lot of people. And I like the guy. He's a great guy. He's a cool guy. I love this guy. I love him. I have nothing bad to say about him. He's a great guy. He's a cool guy. But I noticed that some of his reviews, it gets skewed. Because his channel is all about portables. So, I understand. That's his thing. I understand. You know, I'm gonna leave it at that. But he had that radio and he reviewed it. He said it was okay. To me, it's not okay. That radio is horrible. It's not okay. It's horrible. But when you got a company like Radio that wants to send you radios, you got to keep them happy. And I can't do that. I couldn't do that. I just couldn't. I couldn't, in good conscience, say that that radio was even a good radio. It is not a good radio. And that's why I haven't heard from them after that. That was it. That was it. And that's why I think I know that Radio Oddity, I reached out to them and they probably said, nah, this guy's too harsh. Or this guy's, he's honest. He's too honest. He's not going to suck up. He's not going to suck up to me. And he's going to say, this radio is the greatest thing. No, I'm not going to say that. So, yeah. The Radio T26 is a piece of junk. I would not give that radio to anybody. You want to be a good friend, a neighbor, give them this radio. But don't give them that radio. They're going to hate you. Give them this radio. They'll be happy with this radio. More than happy with this radio. That radio, I wouldn't give that to, no, I wouldn't do that to them. I would not do it to, you know, I just wouldn't do it. In good conscience, I wouldn't do it. No. No way. Yeah. Yeah, so they literally, they took my word and they're going to try to fix the product. I hope so. Oh, hello, Tasso. Just finished lunch. Hello, everybody. Yeah, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. What time is it now? Speaking of lunch. 1:56 p.m. Yeah, so I'm about to pick up. Exactly, Elmer. And hello, my Ready the Extra. Hope you're doing well. And good afternoon and well, good evening to you. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday, my friend. I'm still waiting on my third MMDVM house spot. It has not arrived yet. Oh, almost screwed this thing. It has not arrived yet. I'm still waiting for it. So as soon as I get that, I'm going to do the NXDN thing. I'm going to try that out. I'm going to try the NXDN cross mode first. I'm going to try that out. I'm going to see if I can update that one. Maybe that one, I will turn that one into, what is it? These have Pi Star. And that one, I already have it here. I have one of these, you know, SD cards. So this one has Pi Star, right? So when I get the third one, I'm gonna put WPSD. I'm gonna download WPSD. I'm gonna install it. I'm gonna put it in. I want to have that interface on the third one, WPSD. I'm gonna play around with it, see how good it is. If it's very good, I'm gonna upgrade all of them to. I'm gonna change all of them to WPSD. So it's another dashboard. It's called WPSD. It looks very nice. It's slick. I think they do the same functions. They do the same functions, but I'm definitely gonna do the other one, the one that's coming. That one's gonna have WPSD. But before I do that, I want to play around with NXDN. So it's gonna be DMR to NXDN, maybe DMR to Yaesu. I'll try those two. But I'm definitely gonna do NXDN first, because I haven't tried. I have an NXPN ID. I have an NXPN ID, so I'm gonna try NXDN, DMR to NXDN. See if I could talk to a few people on that. There's not that many reflectors on NXDN. I think it's about 300. The number or something like that, it might be 300. So I want to try. I want to make a few NXDN contacts. See, just to check off a couple of boxes. And then I'm going to update the third one. I'm going to put WPSD and play around with that and see if, because I need to look into that. I want to know if, one, if it can support more modes, and 2, if it works better, or because it looks nice. I like the way it looks. So that's me. I'm a sucker for nice looking interfaces. So NXDN, and then I'll do the WPSD on the third one, because the third one is for experiment. I want to try different things. And also on the third one, I'm going to try to put ham clock, the ham clock app. So maybe when I put the WPSD, that version of the Raspberry, I could put ham clock. So for ham clock, you got to go into the SSH. On your thing, you go to SSH, and you could do the ham clock install. And you know what ham clock is? Everybody know what ham clock is, right? It's the let me show you a picture of it real quick. For those of you that don't know, ham clock. So you can install this on your so ham clock is this. So you can install this on your Pi Star. I want to install this and run this. Looks nice, right? Yes, I want to install this on one of these. Yeah, so you install it, and what you do is once you install it, so once you install ham clock, let me minimize this. Yeah, let me minimize this. So when you install ham clock on one of these, all you have to do is call the URL on a browser, and that's it. You could, have it open. That's it. Or you could display it. You can you dedicate a screen to it. Also, HDMI, you can just dedicate a screen to it if you want. So I can use one of my smaller screens. One of my smaller HDMI TV, or if I have an HDMI to VGA converter or whatever, I can use a dedicated one of my screens that I'm not using. I can just put the ham clock on that. That's it. And a very low memory footprint. Doesn't take up a lot of memory on one of these. But I can't run it on these because I think this is an older version of Raspberry. What's the name of the operating system on Raspberry Pi? I can't pronounce it. Is it called Rasputin or something? Rasputin? What is it called? Anyway, the Raspberry Pi in this one I think is older. And these are Raspberry Pi Zero in here. Raspberry Pi Zero. So that should run on this. It's just that the Raspberry Pi OS in here, I think it's a little older. And that's the problem that I'm having. Once I get it set up, I'm going to make a video on that. How to put the ham clock inside one of these. So you can have that running. Or if not, I'll get a dedicated. I have an Android box there. Maybe I'll use that. I could use an old Android box. Maybe I could SSH in there and just download it there. And then what you do is just call the URL. You put the host name, like, on the browser, you put the host name of the / ham clock or something, and you can display it. That's all. But it is cool, though. Yeah, it is cool. Ham clock. Originally, I was going to buy the Innovato device, which is under $50. I was going to buy one. But now they're on back order. I think they're out of stock now. It's a small box. But also, I think the guy I know he just announced it that he has pancreatic cancer. And I think he's not making them anymore. So, you could just buy the box from him, and he already has everything pre-installed. I don't want to do that. I want to put it on one of these or on an old Android box. Yeah, this is like 2 weeks ago he announced it. And so he's not, right now he's only trying to fulfill the back orders. So whatever's on back order, that's what he's trying to do. His family is trying to fulfill while he takes time off to. Yeah, I know, it's just sad. So he just diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. So yeah. Oh my God! All this time I'm like, okay, you know what? Let me erase this. There you go. It is the worst. Yeah, exactly. Meredith, it's the worst out of all of them. And that's the worst cancer to get is pancreatic cancer. It's one of the worst. It is the one with the high. It's one of the highest. It is one of the most deadliest ones. That's the one that killed Patrick Swayze. I know Patrick Swayze had that, and Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs from the founder of Apple. That's what he died of, pancreatic cancer. That's what he was battling too. Pancreatic cancer is it's one of the worst. It's one of the worst cancers. That's for sure. Yeah. So anyway, I want to try that. I want to do the ham. I want to try the ham clock on one of those because I was thinking about buying the Innovato device, but then when he made that announcement, of course now um, he's fulfilling the back orders on that. But he put the link. He put a link to how to do it yourself, which you can. You can do it yourself. He doesn't own. He doesn't own like the patent of it. He just has it nice in a nice little box with a nice stand. It looks nice, like a little. It's a Raspberry Pi, I guess, in a little case. But you can use any. You can use something like this, or even a Debian based Linux. I heard somebody had it on Ubuntu on an Ubuntu computer. Um, I may try it on a netbook. I have an old netbook. I can put some kind of old version of Debian or Ubuntu and try that. I also have old Android box like this one. So I was thinking about maybe you try to install it in an Android box like this. And this is the keyboard. This is the keyboard for this device. You know, something like this. You could probably, or well, this one is pretty old now. In Walmart, you can buy one of those little Android boxes for like $20. I seen them for $19.99. Little Android, the ONN Android box. With this you could just SSH in it, and you could try to install a hand clock, and that's it. I might try something like that. And if, when I get it up and running, I'll make a video on it how to do it. I'll make a video on it. Unless Mary Jessica can do it before or somebody else and make the video, that'd be great. So I want to try that. Because I saw this one on the Facebook. I saw this one on the Facebook group where somebody installed ham clock on MMDVM hotspot. Somebody had this up and running. So I want to try this first, but I'll wait. I tried it with the other one. It didn't work. It kept giving me an error. And I didn't want to break my head, figure that out because I don't really want to use that for that one. Yeah. Well, 1999 that is Android box. It's not a Raspberry Pi. That's an ARM. What do they call that? ARM. Is it M? Yeah, those Walmart ones. Those are not Raspberry Pi. Those are not Raspberry Pi. And this is Raspberry Pi, but those are not them. Yeah, ARM CPU. That's what that is. So I know the Walmart ones, they're probably ARM CPU. Same thing. But there is a version of Linux and like Android. So there's a way with even in Android. I read that even with Android you could probably put it. You might even do it with Android. But I have to but I want to do it this way. I really want this to work with the because you already have this. Since we already have this will be easier. Or I heard also if you have an old Chromebook, uh, I read that even an old Chromebook, I heard that there's versions for the hand clock that you can run it on that. I do have an old netbook. I have an old netbook with an HDMI output, but I don't need it because I'm just gonna serve it off the web, and I'll just open up a browser and have the hand clock open there. So it'll be web based, and so I'm yeah. Well, yeah, that's the other thing too. It could be that this is it might be that the Raspberry Pi yeah, it might be that you might need a Raspberry Pi 3 or above or something. Yeah, I know what you're saying. But I heard somebody ran it on a Raspberry Pi Zero. This is a Raspberry Pi Zero. And I read in the Facebook group that somebody actually got it running on a Raspberry Pi Zero, but they had to update. In our case, I think we have to update the software in this and then try it again. I think the software in this is too old. But also the same thing with WPSD. It can't run on this. It's not recommended. They recommend that you actually upgrade. Yeah. So if that's the case, then I'll just get a Raspberry Pi, whatever, a Raspberry Pi 3 or something. Yeah, so I understand that. Yeah, that is one thing that is one of the things that could be the issue too. I think that ham clock you need at least Raspberry Pi. I think you need at least a Raspberry Pi. But somebody actually said that they ran it on a Pi Zero, like basically the same thing we have. Yeah, I'm looking at okay, it's 2:12. Okay, so 4 hours and 32 minutes in the books. Yeah, yeah, those are yeah, because the one they sell in Walmart, the ONN Android box, for Google TV and all that, is Google TV. Um, I see them as low as $19.99. Look like a little hockey puck. That one is older. The G box. This is called the G box. This is older. This is like almost so the G box. This is old. I had this for already about 7 years. This is 7 years old. This one. So I don't have it plugged in right now because I'm using I don't have it plugged in here because I'm using the Amazon Fire Stick. That's what I'm using. Otherwise, I would have been using this, and it still works. It still works. It's just kind of slow now, but it works. So of course that Android, I forgot what version of Android that is. That one, of course, I had Kodi. Of course, I had. Oh, say the K word. Don't say the K word. Can't say the K word. It might shut me down. That one, of course, I had Kodi and all that. I was running when I first bought that. I was watching a lot of movies on that thing and everything. And then, of course, there's other apps you could put on there. But right now, I could probably still use that for something. I don't know, but it still works. It works fine. It still works. It still works. So Yeah, memory DX. So 1999. That's super cheap. Which fiber? So again, it's not. Well, yeah, it's not gonna be. It's not. Those are ARM. Uh, memory DX. Oh yeah. What I mean is the RPI equivalent they are selling for sure cannot be anything higher than yeah. These are low. These are ARM. They're because right now they're super cheap. When I bought that G box, that was $50 when I bought it. That was the price range at that time. Now these things are wow. And that was pretty good. When I bought it, it was that was the not the fastest, but it was up there. Right now it's already approaching 8 years or whatever. I had that box. Of course, now you have but I noticed the ones that sell in Walmart they dropped in price. They're like $20 now. Google TV box. They're very inexpensive. Like Amazon Fire Sticks, they're very inexpensive. That's a version of Android. It's their kind of version of Android, but that's what that is. And those, the only thing with the Amazon Fire Stick is just a dongle. This one I can actually hook up a keyboard. It does have a SD card thing if I want to put more storage. Of course, it does have the built-in Wi-Fi is already there. It does have an Ethernet jack also if I want to speed it up. But this does have an Ethernet jack. See, it has an Ethernet jack right there. So you got the Ethernet jack. You got an HDMI right here. You got two USB. There's two USB ports. You see? So there's two USB ports. It even has an optical sound. Optical sound right there. And it has a speaker port. So I could literally set this up as a computer. That's what it is, a computer. So literally, I could just wipe this out and put whatever I want in, and I could probably run a ham clock or something in this thing. I could try it. So you got two. See, right now I'm using one of them is for the wireless keyboard. This is the wireless keyboard. This is for the wireless keyboard. So I still have an extra USB here. Excuse me, over here. I have an extra USB. I'm already using this one. See, it's two of them. So this one is for the wireless keyboard and mouse. Then I have the other one. So conceivably, you could probably use this for a hand clock. Something like this. That's what I want to do. I want to set, if I can set that up as a hand clock, But right now, it's just sitting there collecting dust. I don't use it because I got my Amazon Fire Stick on this one. My other TV is a Roku TV, so I just use it like that. And so right now, that one is just sitting there collecting dust. If I could reuse that, I have a netbook that I could probably use too, a little netbook, because I want something low power. I don't want to use a computer, regular little computer PC, Intel. I don't want to do all that. I use something that is low power that I could run hand clock on there, on anywhere around the house, anywhere, and that's it. Especially when I'm on, when I'm not on, I just unplug it. That's it. So I mean, this would have been great to do it here. I'm still gonna try to figure out how to do it in here. These are prices dropping on these things. This is a Raspberry Pi Zero though. The one that's coming in the mail, I paid $37 for that one. Black Friday sale, $37. So you got the OLED screen there. Of course, I put that label there. I labeled this one, but OLED screen there. You got the SD card right there. It's a metal box. Then over here, you got your two USB ports. One is for power. The other one is for whatever, and you got the HDMI port right there. So USB power, one is for power, USB. The other one is for if you want to put a keyboard or whatever. And then the other one is the HDMI. So you can hook up a keyboard with this too, and a screen, if you need to. Okay, that's it for this guy. I am gonna Roger. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can. You can do that too. Yeah. So, let me read the rest. So I assume that. Let me go. Oh, sorry. Meredith, I'm looking up online. RP0 comes with 1 GHz single core CPU. Yeah. So I assume that Walmart Android box also comes with the same type of CPU for the price. Now with the latest RPIs, Raspberry are multi-core, yeah, multi-core, and they have more RAM, yeah. You can also use the MMDVM hotspot. Well, I didn't think about that to install emulators for gaming. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Maybe that's something to think about. But that's why I bought a third one. I want to experiment with that one. I'm gonna play around with that one. But the first thing I'm gonna do is I want to do the NXDN, DMR to NXDN, just to make a couple of contacts on it, just to see, and then after that I'll take out the SD card and start using loading a different and try to do that and do different things. Yeah, like a little gaming box, retro gaming box for retro gaming. Throw a bunch of ROMs in there. Yeah, you could put a bigger micro SD card. You know, bigger micro SD card and yeah, bigger micro SD card and just throw a whole bunch of ROMs. Oh, you do? Meredith, I have an arcade machine that has an RPI, a Raspberry Pi 1, and emulator, so I can good, I can good choice of games. Okay, oh, I can have a good choice of okay. Yeah, and yeah, I didn't think about that. That would be interesting to do. To have a small little, and these are cheap. Like I said, AliExpress at $37. I got mine for 30. With the discount, it was below $37. I got mine for $36. $36 and change for one of these. $36 and change. That's the one I'm waiting for now. Of course, this one I paid $57. So they're cheap. They're cheap. And of course, if you got DMR radio and you need a hotspot, I will buy one of those. I told Elmer, buy one of these because Elmer has all these radios. And I know, so I told Elmer, you need to get one of these hotspots. They're super cheap. They're super cheap. And these support, right? DMR, C4 FM, D Star, NXDN, M17, P25, and FM. It supports all those modes. This thing with the Pi Star software, it supports all that. So if you have a D Star radio, say you connect to the repeater. I mean, you can still connect to the repeater, but if for some reason you can't connect to the repeater, whatever, connect to this. Set this up for D Star, and there you go. In my case, I don't want to be at the mercy of a repeater every time I connect to it. I just want to connect and get going. I guess so. Now, see, I have one. So I labeled it. I have one dedicated for YSF. I label this one. It's so cheap. I have three. I have three of them now. This one is for Yaesu because I don't want to switch and reboot it. So I have this one now for my Yaesu. I have this one for my DMR. They're like my mini repeaters. I got my DMR. And now the third one is going to be to experiment, to play around with. And that's it, you know. So that one first I'm gonna do cross moding on it. I'm gonna do DMR to first I'm gonna do DMR to NXDN because I never tried it. I want to try it. Something else to play around with. Then after that, I'll do a after that, then I'll do then I'll do D start to Y7 and see, you know, just try it out. Maybe make a demo video on it or something, and then I'll try a few things. I'll start experimenting with it. Yeah, these. Yeah, you could take one of these and set up you know, whatever. I assume you can load a bunch of free sports and movie channels on this. Yeah, you can. You can. You can do that too. Excuse me. Yeah, you can do that too. Let me switch back to let me check something over here. I got too many things open here now. So ham clock. Let me delete that. I mean, let me close that tab. Close this tab. I'm done here. And let me close this. And then let me go here. The PSK reporter. Okay. Oh, wow. The PSK reporter. Up there. Wow. I was heard all the way up here the other day. No, all the way up here. Was it all the way up here? All the way up here. I was like, wow. That was it's in Canada, but I forgot the all the way up here somewhere. I was like, wow. Drake Passage. Wow, you see this? I was heard 2 hours ago all the way down there. That's Drake Passage. Yeah, I know Alaska. Yeah. Wow, look at that Drake Passage. That's Antarctica right there. That's Antarctica. That's the Drake Passage. I got heard right here. Wow. Yeah, I know Alaska. Oh, look. Oh, look at that. Wow, I didn't see that. Look at that. I got heard up there. I haven't checked it in over an hour. Look. Wow. Holy moly. I got heard of it up there. That's the Arctic Circle, no? Yeah, look at that. Holy moly. Oh my God. That is so exciting. Oh, that is so cool. Look at that. That's cool. See, this is what it's all about right there. I'm going to look that up afterwards. Wow. All the way down to the Drake Passage. Yeah, I'm going to check. I'm going to check after the live. Yeah, I'm going to check it. Wow. Let me type it in. Give me a minute. I'm going to type it in. I'm going to type it in. I guess I assume you already. Let me type it in on QRZ. Let me see what comes up. So it's V. Let's see. V10ERC. And oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, right there. Let me move this keyboard over here. I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to put this fixed. I have this fixed. Just give me a minute. Sorry, people. So I got heard all the way up here. So this is Eureka Weather Station, Joint Arctic Weather Station, most northerly located amateur radio club in the world. I got heard on 10 meters FT8. So it's okay. Oh, sorry. Thank you for the. So it's Eureka, Ellesmere Island, Nunavut. How you pronounce it? Nunavut, Canada. Nunavut, right? Nunavut. And then this is their HF setup. Okay, 73. Thank you. And wow. And look at the pictures. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, my God. That's so cool. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that setup. See, this is exciting. This is what's exciting about it. That at my end fed, my setup got heard all the way up there. And the Arctic Circle, all the way up there in Canada, all the way right near the North Pole, whatever. Not far away from the North Pole. Look at that. Oh my God, look at that. I guess that's their station there. Yes. Oh my God, that's so amazing, isn't it? Look at the buffalo, right? It's like buffalo, like the wildlife up there. This is great. This is awesome. This is in the summertime, July. Look, in July. See, this is what amateur radio is all about right here. Wow. That is awesome. And then, of course, this is their QSL. This is the QSL. You see the buffalo or whatever kind of buffalo that is? On the SS 2016. So I got heard all the way up there. That's it right there. Minus 25. You see that? Wow. Of course, Alaska's right here. And that's Alaska. And then, of course, Iceland. But that one is the one that made my day. Excuse me. That made my day right there. And, of course, the Drake Passage down here. Let me see. Drake Passage. I know, Mary Dix. That's what's great about FT8, right? And that's what's so great about FT8. A very weak signal can still be heard, and a Q so done. Yeah, I mean that's that. When I see that, that's amazing. All the way up there in the frozen tundra, I got heard. My signal got heard. That's awesome. That's awesome. That made my day today. It's gonna make my weekend. Now, if I would have made contact, that would have been better, you know. But the fact that I got heard, wow. KC8. Let me see. What's the other one? KC8. Yeah, that's. Let me see. Oh no. Okay, let me put that again. Yeah, so this one has nothing else, and it's just okay, so that's maybe they're on a boat, but that is awesome though. Oh my god, that is awesome. That is awesome. See that's what it's all about with FT8. You know, something that you just put up in there. I put up on a tree. Something I wire that I just put up on a tree. About 80 feet of wire that I just put up on a tree into into an onion that I bought from Amazon. Got heard all the way up there, right near the North Pole. That's awesome. You know, I'm speechless, man. Look at that. I'm speechless. Wow. I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm gonna shoot a video later. I'm gonna show you. I said, this is what is wow. This is awesome. You know, that's what it's all about. You just wrap it up in a nutshell. So when people say FTA haters, you know, whatever, this is what you strive for. It's things like this. Like, you know what? Set a wire antenna in this direction going up, and you know, wow. Makes me motivate me more to get my general. To see what I can do on 20. What I can do on 20. What I can do on Wow. That's awesome. That is awesome. That made my freaking day today. That made my day. Yeah. Let me see what time it is. 2:40. Okay, about 5 more minutes. The alarm is gonna go off. I got maybe about 10 minutes left before I gotta head out of here. So smash that like button, people. So this is the beauty of it. And I'm like I said, I said at the beginning of the live stream. Technician level license. 115 countries confirmed on QRZ. I worked about 145 countries total. You know, you gotta have fun, enjoy the hobby, enjoy it. And when I see that, it really, it really makes the hobby. It was worthwhile, really saying, wow, you know what? Yeah, I get hurt all the way. Drake Passage, all the way down there near Antarctica, and then the polar extreme on the other side. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's just freaking awesome, bro. Wow. Drake Passage. That's one. Drake Passage is one of the most dangerous waters to. Oh my God, no, this is not who he is. Okay, I thought it was somebody else. No, okay, never mind. I thought it was. Yeah, Drake Passage isn't. I saw a documentary on that. There's more ships lost at sea in the Drake Passage than anywhere in the world. Than anywhere in the world, a lot is very dangerous. That's dangerous to go to the Drake Passage. Is very dangerous. Very dangerous part of the world to sail. People that go around the world people that go around the world and they want to sail through there is the most dangerous part of the especially if you're on a if you're on a ship, even ships went down there. But imagine you on on a smaller boat. No, that's it's like they have a nickname for it. It's like the Death Valley of like oceans, the sea. That area of the world is so the it's just the currents, because it has to do with the Atlantic and the Pacific meeting there, and the currents is like crazy. So there's a lot of ships lost in that area than any part of the world. It's crazy. Wow. Drake Passage. I remember the history books. I remember I first learned about that in the history as a kid. I remember that. Is it Sir Francis Drake, right? I'm gonna remember that. Is it Sir Francis Drake? I'm not looking at Google or anything. Is it Sir Francis Drake? It's named after him, right? He was an explorer. Sir Francis Drake. I believe that was his name. Somebody look it up. Come on, tell me. So anyway, I saw the whole thing about that, and today, that is one of the most. It's like the deadliest. Okay, good. See, yeah. So it's one of the most deadliest areas to sail in the world, and he did it in like with a rickety old. This is we're talking about what 1500s. He went there in the 1500s with that. I think he was trying to go around the world. You know, of course, Magellan is another explorer that he tried to go around the world. Right, Magellan. Of course, he was killed. He didn't make it around the world. He was killed. I think he was killed with a poison arrow or something. I don't know. Something happened. Was it the Philippines that he got killed with an arrow? Let me snooze it for 5 more minutes. Yeah. So Sir Francis Drake. Now I have to look it up. I gotta look it up now. I gotta look it up real quick before I end this. So Drake's Passage. Let me close that. Let me see. Drake's Passage, Antarctica. Let's see. So in 1525. Oh no, actually he was not the first. So the first guy was in 1525, Spanish navigator Francisco de Hoces discovered the Drake Passage while sailing south from the entrance of the Strait of Magellan. Because of this, let me see, I can't read the rest of it. Yeah, refer to the Sea of Horses, Mar de Horses. And then I don't want to read the whole thing, but basically it says the passage received its English name from Sir Francis Drake during his raiding expedition after passing in 1578 through the Strait of Magellan with Marigold Elizabeth and his flagship Golden Hind. Let's see. Drake entered the Pacific Ocean, was blown far south in a tempest. Marigold and Elizabeth was lost, abandoned by fleet. I'm not going to read all this. But yeah. So in 1616, Dutch navigator Willem Schouten, I hope I pronounced that correct, became the first to sail around Cape Horn through the wow. So this guy went through under South Africa and the Drake Passage in 1616. And then on December 25th, 2019, a crew of 6 explorers rowed across the passage. The first in history to do so, accomplishment became the subject of a 2020 discovery, the Impossible Row, because it is 40-foot waves and so on. It's very treacherous down there. Wow. This is fascinating stuff. Anyway, all right, there you go. Drake Passage, and of course the see, CNN wrote a thing about it. It's like going to the moon. World's most terrifying. What is it? Let's see what opens up. I hope it doesn't crash. Most terrifying ocean crossing. That's Drake's Passage. It's very scary water. Very scary water. So I got hurt down there too. From one polar extreme to the other polar extreme. I got hurt. North Pole, South Pole. I'm broadcasting worldwide. Danny Shortwave Radio DX is broadcasting worldwide. North, south, east to west. All the way down to the South Pole, all the way up to the North Pole. You can't get out of my... There you go. Kilo Delta 2 Zulu Zulu Echo. All right, I'm done here. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great weekend, everybody. You guys are the best. I love you guys. And I'm out. I got to go pick up my son. So have a great weekend. And enjoy. And 73, everybody. Bye-bye.